Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway on a rare Thursday afternoon card this November 27th. Happy Thanksgiving to all of our American fans and horse players joining us. We've got a first post of 4 p.m. coming up for the first of 10 live races on race date number 68 of the 2025 meet. The track condition is currently good with a 1-second variant, and skies are overcast, a temperature of 0 Celsius or 32 Fahrenheit. Winds are from the southwest at 34 kilometers an hour, 21 miles per hour. Humidity is at 61%. We do have a number of changes to pass along, starting in upcoming race 1. Scratch number 8, You Wait, I'll Go First, a judge's scratch, transportation. In race 2, scratch number 1, Lady Liz, also a judge's scratch, transportation. No changes in races 3 through 7. We have another scratch in race 8, scratch the 8, Sea Laird, a judge's scratch, transportation. No changes in race 9. And in race 10, the last of today's card, there's an equipment change on number 6, Arizona Jackson, going blinkers to blind bridle. That's all the changes we have at the moment, and we'll keep you up to date on that, as well as any changes to the track condition. Again, right now it's good with a 1-second variant, so a lot better than it's been on some recent occasions. Also, the visibility considerably better than we had on Sunday. If you were looking for a Rideau in 10 recap on our Facebook or YouTube channel, you won't find it. We were so fogged out for about half the card that we did not think it was worth putting together a replay assortment for your enjoyment. Too much fog. In the meantime, though, we're focused on race 1. We're about 15 minutes away from post time and scratch down to a field of 7. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering. Currently, the 3-2 favorite from post 6 is the class climbing Trouble with the Curve, who is undefeated 2 for 2 since joining new trainer driver Guy Gagnon November 16th. A few other words of advice or suggestions, at least, for today's card. My spot play is coming up in race 4. It's a trotter, number 4. That's Hooligan. Looks promising today. This is his debut for driver Melanie Plourde. And in his most recent start, he tired late over a sloppy track and just looks better in this group. And my best bet is in race 9, back with Rail Advantage, Exotic Sand, undefeated at Rideau Carleton for trainer John McMillan. And he wired for Marie-Claude Auger November 16th, holding off Thrilling Times at the wire. Exotic Sand is also the choice of Marie-Claude Auger today over Love My Rockin' Bird and Bayfield Beach in race 9. The other important note to share with all the horse players joining us today, we have a Pick 5 carryover coming up in race 6. That's our only Pick 5 of the card. It's $1,039.34, making it a must-play wager on this Thursday matinee card. Good luck. Now on screen, we're getting a look at my selections for the first pick four sequence of the card coming up in race 2. It's a 20-cent ticket, and I start out going 3 deep in the first leg with Windsor Patty as well as Latago. Tough post for her. And the 3 Wicked Monkey getting some class relief here, but 0 for 21, and that could change in race 2. In race 3, Pilot Air looks quite good in the preferred handicap trot. He was placed second in the November 19th edition over the good surface. And scratched the week before that, I think this nice 4-year-old trotter racing for Luc Loyer and William was going to have a breakthrough soon at the preferred level at Rideau Carleton. I just was watching the 5 Southwind Russian jogging by for Stefan Pouliot. He came close to a win in the preferred handicap trot November 19th, recovering from an early break. And he did end up getting placed back for the break, but he was very impressive. So if he's on his best behavior, Southwind Russian, the 5 in race 3, a serious threat. And of course, 13 wins on the season for number 6, Tyrone Bowtie for Mike Armstrong and Pascal Berube. Must use him in the ticket in race 3. In race 4, I've got my spot play. Number 4, That's Hooligan. And the big favorite, number 1, Nevermind. And then in race 5, it's a field that is filled with contenders. It's a 9-horse field in race 5. I like the trailer, number 9, Frozen Hanover on top, racing for Guy Gagnon and Maxime Vellet. But may lose control is William Wa's choice over 2 other horses in the field and a 6-time winner this season. A tough post. Could be a tougher horse. Also using the 2, Ario Hanover for Kara and Clark Stacy, who missed by a nose, nearly catching Stonebridge Hermes November 23rd and making the quick turnaround. And a beaten favorite, number 7, Lancaster Bomber for Christina Miller and catch driver Pascal Berube. 0 for 12 this season, but set the pace and missed by a neck as the beaten favorite on Sunday. So that's $14.40 for the 20-cent pick 4 ticket. And based on some of the recent payouts for the multi-legs at Rideau Carleton, you might want to invest. We're about 9 minutes away from post time for race 1. If you're just joining us, thank you for tuning in and playing Rideau Carleton this afternoon. I'm aware we're on in a number of simulcast lounges like Hawthorne Racetrack in the Chicago area. And I'm aware of some horse players across the country, indeed across the continent, playing this afternoon. So best of wagering luck to you. We're looking at track handicapper selections for race 1. Glenn Pearson going to the 5-2 co-favorite from post 6. Trouble with the Curve, undefeated on recent class hikes since joining Guy Gagnon. He's making a quick turnaround and showed gate speed from the same post Sunday, overcoming a biting art on the first turn and subsequently wiring at 1-9 over a snowy surface. Trouble with the Curve took his lifetime mark at Rideau Carleton November 16th. I'm using him 3rd in my ticket. My top choice is the 2, Baby Lou, who was caught inside Hardoo parking on the backstretch November 19th near the back of the field, came second over near 3/4 and had a 3-wide move on the final turn. Baby Lou paced his fastest ever mile that race, 1:57.3. individual mile, and get some post and class relief here. He took his previous lifetime mark November 14th, 2024 in his Rideau debut. He's 3-1 co-favorite right now from post 2, Baby Lou. The 4, Income Approach, is Glenn's second choice and completes my superfecta. Income Approach pocketed up early November 19th as You Wait I'll Go First cut the fractions. Income Approach pulled the pocket at the top of the stretch to overtake that leader and was a winning 3-5 favorite. He's Robert Shepard's choice over Abiding Art in upcoming race 1. Number 3, Rideau Parking is my second choice. Glenn is using him third. Rideau Parking came first over from 7th past the opening quarter, November 19th, over a good surface with a 3-second variant. Rideau Parking advanced into third by 3/4 and got parked. He stalled at the top of the stretch but turned in a game effort. He's got significant post relief and class relief here. 4-1 right now on number 3, Rideau Parking. We're about 6 minutes away from post time for race 1, and note that it's scratched down to a field of 7. Number 8, You Wait, I'll Go First is a judge's scratch. Transportation. No other changes in race 1, but if you're playing the early double, there's also one scratch in race 2. Number 1, Lady Liz, also a judge's scratch. Transportation. Glenn Pearson has also worked out a 20-cent Pick 4 ticket for the early Pick 4 that begins in race 2. He's going with the 4, Windsor Patty, as well as the 7, Latago, and the 5, Hot Girl Summer in the opening leg of that early Pick 4. A shout out to some of the fans and batters joining us remotely this afternoon. A happy Thanksgiving to our American fans and followers and bettors like None Ya Business in Maryland. Looking forward to the special 4 p.m. card. Ferndale Observatory in Arkansas. Nice to have you along. Daniel as well. He says he'll see us in a bit for the Pick 5 carryover. That's great advice. Even if you're not focused on race 1, you might want to tune in after your Thanksgiving dinner for the Pick 5 carryover of $1,039.34 starting in race 6. And Sam is at Mr. Lucky's and said that she's enjoying watching Southwind Russian warming up. He is part of today's feature, the Race 3 Preferred Handicap Trot. He has post 5. And this is the kind of horse who gets your heart racing every time. He made an early break November 19th, recovered, nearly caught Tyrone Bowtie, and ended up set back due to making that break, but definitely an exciting horse and 5 wins this season. So we'll see if he's up for the occasion in the Race 3 Preferred Handicap, number 5, Southwind Russian. And thanks for the reminder, Sam, as well. Mr. Lucky's Grandstand Restaurant remains open every race night, including this evening. And the 3 dates coming up afterwards, all Sundays at 6:30 p.m., November 30th, December 7th, and December 14th. We're about 2 minutes away from post time for upcoming Race 1, Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and early daily double wagering. The board showing a lot of shifts. One of the horses who would have been a factor here in spite of the tough post position was number 8, You Wait, I'll Go First, who is now a judge's scratch transportation. He had a 4-race Rideau win streak and was a close second on November 19th. He was stung late, I should say. He set the pace, and Income Approach was able to take him down late and win by a widening margin, but he was a good second. So You Wait, I'll Go First, not in this field, but Income Approach, the horse who beat him, is. And he is the 2-1 favorite for Robert Shepard and Mandy Archer with 5 wins this season. And 2 of them back-to-back after coming up from the Maritimes to Rideau Carleton November 5th. Speaking of the Maritimes, hello to Joy Power tuning in from PEI. She said in a recent message she likes to watch Rideau Carleton to follow the Maritime horses who come up here as part of their next step to their careers. Here comes the Race 1 post parade. And the Race 1 paces are on track for post parade. They're non-winners of $20,000 lifetime, $25,000 for fillies and mares. Also eligible, $20,000 claimers who are non-winners of $35,000 lifetime. Allowances for fillies and mares. The purse, $7,800. In this field, scratch down to 7. Number 1 is the Free-Legged Abiding Art, owned by Jay Jack and Brandon Melanson of Stanley Bridge, Prince Edward Island, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Clark Stacey. That should be Brendan Melanson. Here's the 2, Baby Lou, owned by trainer Louis-Philippe Turcotte of Trois-Rivières, Quebec. Marie-Claude Auger drives. 3 is Rideau Parking, owned by Kelly Scott of Trenton, Ontario, trained and driven by Darcy Clancy. 4 is Income Approach, owned by Rachel McDonald of Black Point, Nova Scotia, trained by Mandy Archer. Robert Shepard drives. 5 is Winsun Hudson, owned by Christelle Dion Latour of Quebec, trained by Eric Milot and driven by Pascal Berube. 6 is the 4 to 5 favorite Trouble with the Curve, owned by Leo Tourigny, Becancourt, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 7 is Great Time by Emma, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, with Yvonne Duclos, Saint-Lambert, Quebec, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Number 8, You Wait, I'll Go First, is a Judge's Scratch Transportation. That's your field of 7 pacers for upcoming Race 1, with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and early daily double wagering. We're getting a good look at number 6, Trouble with the Curve, the 4 to 5 current favorite. He's been improving ever since coming to Rideau Carleton. November 16th, he was a winning favorite going away for Guy Gagnon, and he was a winner again by a good margin on November 23rd in the snow. He looks good here, physically on the track and in terms of how he fits with this field. Glenn Pearson's top selection. Number 6, Trouble with the Curve, the current 4 to 5 favorite. I think Trouble with the Curve is a must-use horse in almost every ticket you could construct in Race 1, but I'm counting on him being a little vulnerable, perhaps. So I'm looking to the 2, Baby Lou, a horse I've been using as a spot play, who's had what I would call troubled trips November 12th and 19th. He's got some post relief here, and Marie-Claude Auger staying loyal to this horse, who is 0 for 8 this season, but took his lifetime mark here last November at Rideau Carleton. Baby Lou is a good closer and has been trying to close over some tiring surfaces, going wide late. So that hasn't worked out given those track conditions. It's a bit better out there today, so 14 to 1 on Baby Lou. Looks good to me. I would definitely put him in any tickets that you're about to punch in for Race 1. If not on top, he's definitely Triactor and Superfecta material here. However you see it, it's time to play it. They're about to go behind the gate for Race 1. Good luck. Starter has called the field for Race 1. This is your last chance to play the early daily double today. On a gallop right now, many lengths behind the others. Number 1, Abiding Art for Clark Stacey. He's back on the pace and now trying to catch the others on the turn. 2 is Baby Lou for Marie-Claude Auger. 3, Rideau Parking, Darcy Clancy. 4, Income Approach, Robert Shepard. 5, Winsun Hudson for Pascal Berube. 6, Trouble with the Curve, Guy Gagnon. 7, Great Time by Emma on the outside for Stéphane Pouliot. 8, U8, I'll Go First is a judge's scratch. They're all in line on a break. Abiding Art approaching the start. He's taken to the back of the field. The rest are off and pacing as Abiding Art is still unruly far behind. Battling early, that's Income Approach, and Trouble with the Curve. Trouble with the Curve is sticking a neck in front and striding on ahead of Income Approach, who's going to sit the pocket. First over early into third. Here comes Great Time by Emma for Stéphane Pouliot. Fourth along the pylons, Baby Lou, about 2 lengths back to Rideau Parking, and trailing the field right now, Winsun Hudson. He is trailing the main group, that is. Abiding Art is still far back after the break. They reach the opening quarter in 29 seconds flat, led by Trouble with the Curve. About a length and a quarter ahead of the pocket, sitting Income Approach. Parked first over, Great Time by Emma is dropping back to fourth as Baby Lou advances up the pylons into third. And racing fifth with nowhere to go, moving up the pylons, Winsun Hudson. Second over from second last, trying to go 3 wide now, Rideau Parking. Far back, it's Abiding Art who trails this field after the early miscue. They went by the half in 58 and 3, and they're still led by a length and a half by Trouble with the Curve, keeping ahead of Income Approach, still loosely in the pocket, dropping back dramatically. Great Time by Emma losing ground, racing third and accelerating. That's Baby Lou. They went by 3/4 in 1:27 flat. And it could be all over for everyone trying to catch Trouble with the Curve. He rounded the curve nicely, and he leads by a good 5 lengths now. Trouble with the Curve. Guy Gagnon gets the race 1 victory. Income Approach second, followed by Baby Lou, and Great Time by Emma. 1:56 and 3. Trouble with the Curve had no trouble at all after he made front. Open road down the stretch, keeping his win streak intact since joining trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. He's now 3-4-3 at Rideau Carleton this November, and that's a new lifetime mark as well. Income Approach second, Baby Lou third. It got close for fourth there between number 3, Rideau Parking, and 7, Great Time by Emma. We've got the unofficial top 4 now posted. It appears that it was the 3, Rideau Parking, who edged out 7, Great Time by Emma to complete the superfecta. So the unofficial result led by 3-5 favorite. Number 6, Trouble with the Curve, with the victory for Guy Gagnon. 4, Income Approach, finished second. It was 2, Baby Lou, third at 25-1. And 3, Rideau Parking completes the superfecta. 6, 4, 2, 3 unofficially in race 1. Please hold all tickets. And now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle once again. Its unofficial race 1 winner, number 6, Trouble with the Curve. The 3-5 winning favorite is a 5-year-old brown gelding by Art Speak out of Ardine Phyllis, owned by Leo Tourigny of Bécancour, Quebec, bred by John C. Lago of Guelph, Ontario, trained and driven to victory by Guy Gagnon. That's win number 4 of the season for Trouble with the Curve, who lowers his lifetime mark by a fifth of a second, 1:56.3. A new personal best for Trouble with the Curve. Congratulations. Race 1 is now official. Prices are now posted for race 1, where number 6, Trouble with the Curve, pays $3.20 to win. The $2.64 exactor pays $6.50. It's $11.70 for the dollar triactor, $6.42. $30.70 for the dollar superfecta, $6.423. The race 1 rundown is now displayed. Number 1, Abiding Art, was 7th after the break, leaving 2. Baby Lou was 3rd at 25-1. 3, Hardew Parking edged out Great Time by Emma for 4th. 4, Income Approach was 2nd. 5, Winson Hudson was 6th. 3-5 favorite. Number 6, Trouble with the Curve, took a new lifetime mark for Guy Gagnon. 7, Great Time by Emma was a close 5th. And 8, You Wait, I'll Go First, was a judge's scratch transportation. From the top down, your program should read 7-3-4-2-6-1-5 scratch. The fractions 29, 58 and 3, 127 flat, 156 and 3, the new mark for Trouble with the Curve. We're moving on to race 2. The horses are coming from the paddock now for the post parade. We have one scratch in race 2. That's the only change. The judge's scratch of number 1, Lady Liz, due to transportation issues. Race 2 has exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early pick 4 wagering. Glenn Pearson has worked out a ticket using the 4, Windsor Patty, the 5, Hot Girl Summer, and 7, Latago in the opening leg. In race 3, that's our feature, the preferred handicap trot. He's got the 2, Pilot Air, the 5, Southwind Russian, and the 6, Tyrone Bowtie. In race 4, he's using the 2 inside horses, number 1, Nevermind, and 2, Cadillac, and trying to seal the deal in race 5 with 2 horses in this 9-horse field, number 2, Ario Hanover, and the 9, Frozen Hanover. It's a $7.20 ticket with a 20-cent base wager. Glenn's pick 4. Race 2 is where it all begins. Just checked in with the AGCO racing officials, and the track condition remains good with a 1-second variant. As we wait for all of the race 2 pacers to come on track for the post parade, it's worth taking a moment to remind fans that we're going to be saluting 2 14-year-olds retiring this Sunday, weather permitting. Wayne LaViolette's Silverado, who can't make it to the track, unfortunately, but another who we're hoping will be here, Francois Morin's National Debt. We'll keep you up to date, but weather permitting, National Debt will be here to celebrate his retirement with the fans and maybe even with the light speed on Sunday, November 30th, 6:30 p.m. post time. We hope you can join us. Again, we'll be keeping close tabs on the weather. National Debt does have to travel from Quebec. Race 2 post parade is now on track. These pacers are non-winners of $5,000 lifetime. $6,500 lifetime for fillies and mares. They race for a purse of $6,700, and the field is scratched down to 6 horses. One, Lady Liz, is a judge's scratch transportation. As we wait on the 2, we're looking at number 3, Wicked Monkey, owned by Jean-François Tellier of La Yamaska, Quebec, trained by Eric Milot and driven by Pascal Berube. Here's the 4, Windsor Patty, owned by Nancy Lord and trainer Sabrina Lord-Bedard of Trois-Rivières. Stéphane Pouliot drives. Now on track, number 2, Speak to the Baron, owned by Kristen Trudeau of Gatineau, trained by Stéphane Meyer and driven by Mike Healy. 5 is Hot Girl Summer, owned by Glen B Farms of Glen Burnie, Ontario, trained by Cara Stacey. Clark Stacey is in the bike. 6 is Destiny Road, owned by trainer Kelly Duval-Lacaille of Saint Paul de Joliette, Quebec. Sylvain Lacaille drives. And completing this field of 6 pacers from post 7, it's the current 3 to 5 favorite, Latago, owned by Raymond Alport of Kingston, Ontario, trained and driven by Darcy Clancy. Those are your 6 pacers for upcoming race 2, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early pick 4 wagering available. Latago's job got a little easier with the scratch of number 1, Lady Liz. The post becomes less challenging to get away from, and I think that's reflected in the 3 to 5 favoritism for number 7, Latago, in upcoming race 2. Don't forget race 6 kicks off our one and only pick 5, which has a carryover today of $1,039.34, making it a must-play wager. You can practice in race 2 with the early pick 4. I used 3 horses here. I did use Latago. Number 7, she chased the 1 to 5 pace setter Winsun Duke first over November 19th, pocketing up before the opening quarter. She showed 2 moves, which has become almost routine for Latago. She pulled the pocket on the final turn and ran out of racetrack. The post position I thought would be a problem. Maybe not. Lady Liz, the rail horse, is out. Latago being led past the grandstand now. She sometimes needs a little guidance to go behind the gate. But she's 1-2 now. And understandably so. She's a 4-year-old mare who has never missed the Rideau exactor. She's one of 3 I'm using here. I'm also going with the 4 and 3 Wicked Monkey and Windsor Patty. In the preferred in race 3, Pilot Air, Southwind Russian, and Tyrone Bowtie. In race 4, I think That's Hooligan has upset potential if the favorite doesn't come through. The favorite will be the 1, Never Mind. And in race 5, I know Glenn is going with just Ario Hanover and Frozen Hanover there. I think there are 2 others who could pull off an upset, including the 8, May Lose Control, the lone claimer in the field, and William Waugh's pick over Persistent Boy and Topville on a Verge in spite of class jump and tough post. The other is beaten favorite, number 7, Lancaster Bomber, the beaten 4 to 5 favorite, making a quick turnaround. My ticket, $14.40 for the 20-cent pick 4. If you're going to play the early pick 4, this is your final chance to do so, as the starter has called the field for race 2. And this field of 6 pacers is going behind the gate now at Rideau Carleton. 1, Lady Liz is a judge's scratch transportation. 2 is Speak to the Baron for Mike Healy. 3, Wicked Monkey, Pascal Berube. 4, Windsor Patty, Stéphane Pouliot. 5 is Hot Girl Summer, Clark Stacy. 6, Destiny Road, Sylvain Lacaille. And on the outside, 7, Latago for Darcy Clancy. They're on the turn. They're on the backstretch and all in line approaching the start. They're off and pacing. Speak to the Baron, leaving on the inside, but not as fast as Destiny Road, who's in orbit for Sylvain Lacaille, landing on the lead and putting Speak to the Baron into the pocket early. About 2 lengths, a diminishing 2 lengths back in third along the inside, Hot Girl Summer, but first over into third now. Here comes Latago. She is continuing on uncovered to the opening quarter as Destiny Road cuts That's the first fraction of 29 and 4, and they turn down the stretch the first time. Destiny Road keeping a length ahead of the pocket sitter, Speak to the Baron. Back along the pylons now, racing third, Latego, followed in fourth by Hot Girl Summer. First over now from second last, Wicked Monkey underway for Pascal Berube, and stepping out to follow that cover from the back of the field, it's Windsor Patty. They approach the half and still unchallenged on the front end. Destiny Road gets there first in 101 and 3, and now faces the first over pressure of Latego along the backstretch. Following from third on the inside, Speak to the Baron, loaded with pace. Second over in fourth now, that's Hot Girl Summer. And fifth along the pylons, Windsor Patty. At the back, racing third over, Wicked Monkey. As they approach three quarters, still Destiny Road doing good things on the front end as Latego presses the pace. 131 and 2 at three quarters. Latego has been out there a while. Here comes a three-wide bid from Wicked Monkey. Berube on the gas pedal as they turn for home, and Destiny Road could be an interrupted destiny as the closers are chasing now. Latego pressing on the outside. Wicked Monkey is also fighting on. It's a battle to the wire, and it's a tight one. It looks like Latego over Destiny Road, and tight for show. Speak to the Baron versus Wicked Monkey, 202 and 4. Latego just would not go away, but neither would Destiny Road on the front end, fighting bravely down the stretch as Latego ate into that lead, and it got very close at the wire. I've often found that the momentum of the closer decides the photo. So it looks like Latego may have edged out Destiny Road there. Wicked Monkey up for show. Looked like Speak to the Baron, fourth in this 202 and 4 mile. And there it is. Unofficial top four finishers for race 2. The 2 to 5 favorite comes through. Number 7, Latego, the race winner for Darcy Clancy. Over 6, Destiny Road at 25 to 1. One to circle for next time. A very close place finish. 3, Wicked Monkey, another who was gaining ground late for Pascal Berube, finishing third ahead of 2, Speak to the Baron. A good trip there to finish fourth. 7, 6, 3, 2 in race 2. Unofficially, please hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle once again. Unofficial Race 2 winner, number 7, Latago, a 4-year-old bay mare by He's Watching out of Danish and Coffee. Owned by Raymond Alport of Kingston, Ontario. Bred by Scott Henry of Odessa, Ontario. Trained and driven to victory by Darcy Clancy. That's win number 2 of the year for Latago, 202-4. Congratulations. Race 2 is now official. Prices are posted. 7, Latago returns $2.90 to win. The $2 early double, 6-7, pays $7.70. The $2 7-6 exactor, $43 and $85.75 for the dollar try. The race 2 rundown is now displayed. 1, Lady Liz was the judge's scratch transportation. 2, Speak to the Baron, a fast closing 4th. 3, Wicked Monkey, a faster closing 3rd. 4, Windsor Patty ended up 5th. 5, Hot Girl Summer, 6th. 6, Destiny Road, a pace setter at 25-1, was edged out for the win by the 2-5 favorite, number 7, Latago, for Darcy Clancy. From the top down, your program should read scratch 4, 3, 5, 6, 2, 1. The fractions 29 and 4, 101 and 3, 131 and 2, 202 and 4, the latest for Latago. That was a very close victory, but as mentioned, it looked like Latago had that late momentum to get the victory over a very game pace setter, Destiny Road, at 25-1. Circle that mare for next time. Some fans and horse players already weighing in online about race 3. It's our American Thanksgiving feature coming up. The preferred handicap trot, a small but talented field of 6. My spot play is in race 4. Another trotter, that's Hooligan. This one teaming up with Melanie Plourde, a bit of a long shot specialist who is an underrated driver, doing really well right now. So I'm counting on the 4. That's Hooligan, 15-1 morning line to possibly upset the 1 Never Mind from Andy Archer and Guy Gagnon, who's got 10 wins from 37 starts this season. It will be a good matchup in race 4. But the focus for the moment is on race 3. Again, this is our feature as the snow starts picking up. There's exact or triact or superfecta and pick 3 wagering. Luckily for the pick 4 players, many of whom would have had the favorite Latago last race, she was able to nose out Destiny Road for the win. So lots of pick 4 tickets still alive going into race 3, where Glenn is going with the tried and true 7-2, number 6, Tyrone Bowtie on top of the ticket for Mike Armstrong and Pascal Berube. He was a neck winner last week, November 19th, and has 13 wins this season from 32 starts, even taking a new lifetime mark at Rideau Carleton of 154-2. So Tyrone Bowtie, one of the horses to beat. I'm somewhat surprised my top choice is the 6-5 current favorite, number 2, Pilot Air for William Waugh and Luc Loyer. He was third placed second November 19th over the good track with a 1-second variant. And the catch that race was that there was a horse who put in an exceptional mile and was set back, and he is part of the race 3 field. Number 5, Southwind Russian, an absolute wild card, 6-1 right now. He broke leaving November 19th. He caught the field before the quarter and was first over into second in front of the grandstand, getting parked by the 6-5 favorite Tyrone Bowtie along the backstretch, and he just missed at the wire, but he was set back for gaining ground on a break early. So 5-1 on the 5, Southwind Russian. This is going to be very interesting. The trotters are coming on track now for the race 3 preferred handicap trot post parade. Good luck. It's time for the post parade for race 3, the preferred handicap trot, with a purse of $11,500 and no changes. In fact, no changes from races 3 through 7 for those of you playing the multi-legs. Leading the post parade, number 1 is the Can-Am Banker, owned by Investissement KFB, Sorel Tracy, Quebec, with trainer Carl Duguay of Trois-Rivières. Guy Gagnon drives. 2 is the current 8-5 favorite, Pilot Air, owned and trained by Luc Loyer of Gatineau, who shares ownership with JMF Racing LLC of Freehold, New Jersey. William Waugh drives. 3 is Raising Rusty, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario. Trained by Stéphane Pouliot, Melanie Plourde is in the bike. 4 is the Lone Mare, Rose Run Why Not, owned by Investissement KFB. Sorel Tracy, along with trainer Carl Duguay of Trois Rivières. Marie-Claude Auger drives. We're moving on to number 6, actually, Tyrone Bowtie, owned by Rachel Burns with Wade and Philippe Toussignan of Cardinal, Ontario. Trained by Mike Armstrong, Pascal Berube drives. And here comes number 5, Southwind Russian, suddenly the 9-5 favorite. He's owned by a numbered Quebec Corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. And that's your field of 6 preferred trotters for upcoming Race 3, featuring Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. Good luck and happy Thanksgiving again to our American fans and horse players joining us this evening. We're looking at Southwind Russian. As I mentioned, he's a bit of a wild card here, and some of our racing fans already chiming in. Nunya from Maryland saying he likes Raising Rusty here, and also using the 6 Tyrone Bowtie. That makes sense. And Uncle Turfy also on board with Raising Rusty. He's definitely been at his best this year from inside post for Melanie Plourde, but we're looking at the stablemate now. Number 5, Southwind Russian, 9-5 favorite. He's a complicated animal, 5 wins from 25 starts this season, and November 19th we saw his best and worst in the same race. Southwind Russian, who's now on screen, starting from post 5 in race 3, broke leaving November 19th. He did catch the field before the opening quarter, and he had an extended first over trip against Tyrone Bowtie, getting parked all the way along the backstretch and nearly collared Tyrone Bowtie at the wire. He was set back. So that's why I cannot use him on top of my ticket here, although he is in my ticket. He is one of 3 that I used in this leg of the pick 4, the early pick 4, and I would include him in any ticket. We'll see which Southwind Russian shows up. I know Sam and Sylvie are counting on him tonight. Glenn in this race is keen on a different horse. Looking at Glenn's selections, he's got Tyrone Bowtie on top of the ticket, followed by the 5, Southwind Russian, then the 2, Pilot Air, followed by the 4, Rose Run Why Not. I have Pilot Air on top. He's 8-5 favorite right now. Pilot Air matched his 155-3 mark November 9th, 2024 at Hoosier Park, and he sat 3rd as Rose Run Why Not battled leader Tyrone Bowtie. In his latest start, he got covered up and shuffled to 5th by the half and was loose late in stretch traffic. He finished 3rd and was elevated to 2nd, coming home in the field's fastest last quarter of 29-4, November 19th. The other horse who closed in 29-4 was tonight's number 5, Southwind Russian. So I'd use both of them, but 6-5. Number 2, Pilot Air, the current favorite. Glenn's top choice, number 6, Tyrone Bowtie, is one who's tough to leave out of the Exactor or try here. He wired as 6-5 favorite over a good track with a 1-second variant, exactly the same description as tonight. And that was on November 19th. Tyrone Bowtie parked Southwind Russian most of the mile, but he needed the wire. His recent losses were on sloppy and good tracks with 3-second variants. So Tyrone Bowtie getting a footing that's more to his liking this evening, and he's Pascal Berube's pick over number 1, the Can-Am Banker, in upcoming race 3. The starter has called the field for the race 3 preferred handicap trot. Still a little time left to wager as the field lines up. One is the Can-Am Banker for Guy Gagnon. 2, Pilot Air, William Waugh. 3, Raising Rusty, Melanie Plourde. 4, Rose Run Why Not, Marie-Claude Auger. 5, Southwind Russian for Stéphane Pouliot. And on the outside, 6, Tyrone Bowtie, Pascal Berube. They're gradually getting in place on the turn as the starting gate approaches the backstretch. Pilot Air and Raising Rusty still a couple of lengths behind the others. They're on the backstretch. They're all in line, and it looks like we have a recall. Southwind Russian putting in steps there. We do have a recall in race 3. Wagering remains open. The AGCO racing officials have just informed me that there's broken equipment on number 5, Southwind Russian. That's the cause of the recall. So the wagering remains open in the meantime. Apparently, we have a broken trotting hobble on number 5, Southwind Russian, who has returned to the paddock. A few other horses have left the track as well. We'll get you any update when we can. The snow's coming down. A couple of horses have stayed on the track. Their drivers opting to keep them out there in the snow. One of them is the 2, Pilot Air, 9-5 favorite, who's now coming past the grandstand. The other is number 4, Rose Run Why Not, still out there with Marie-Claude Auger. Those two trotting past the grandstand. The rest of the field has gone back to the backstretch. Number 5, Southwind Russian, getting a repair to the trotting hobbles. 6, Tyrone Bowtie was quick to leave the track as well. He may have also had some kind of an equipment issue. The Can-Am Banker and Raising Rusty have also gone to the backstretch as the snow intensifies. So we'll get you any further information when available. Thanks for your patience. No news yet about race 3, currently delayed. Number 5, Southwind Russian, made a break behind the gate, breaking a trotting hobble. He went to the backstretch for an equipment repair and was joined by a number of other horses from the race 3 field. Not all of them have returned. Rose Run Why Not was on the track, and in fact, passing the grandstand right now is the favorite, number 2, Pilot Air for William Waugh, still out there on the track. So the recall and equipment repair related to number 5, Southwind Russian, causing a bit of a delay for race 3, the preferred handicap trot feature. Wagering remains open in the meantime. It looks like horses are coming back on track. Guy Gagnon has brought number 1, the Can-Am Banker, back on track, and here comes number 3, Raising Rusty, and Melanie Plourde. Raising Rusty getting a lot of support from the online fans and batters of Rideau Carleton. One of Uncle Turfy's selections today. Eric tuning in for the preferred handicap trot as well. It's a great field of 6. Our Maryland handicapper also in support of the 3, Raising Rusty, 7-2 right now on the tote board. It looks like Tyrone Bowtie is out on the track now, as is Southwind Russian, who is now crossing in front of the grandstand behind the Can-Am Banker. So all of the trotters are back on track for the preferred handicap trot coming up in race 3. Race 3, take 2. The starter has called the field. First behind the gate, number 5, Southwind Russian, followed by Tyrone Bowtie. Trotters are lining up for the Thursday feature. 1 is the Can-Am Banker, 2 Pilot Air, 3 Raising Rusty, 4 Rose Run Why Not, 5 Southwind Russian, on the outside 6 Tyrone Bowtie. They're on the turn. Pilot Air and Raising Rusty are the last to line up. They're still a little behind the others as the starting gate enters the backstretch. They're all in line. Southwind Russian, though, on a run and taken to the back of the field. They're off and trotting. Southwind Russian on a gallop as Raising Rusty makes front, and he's fighting to land along the pylons. The Can-Am Banker putting up some resistance from the rail and fighting on 3 high early. That's Tyrone Bowtie. The Can-Am Banker giving the cold shoulder to Raising Rusty as Guy Gagnon sends him on to the lead. Following from third, that's Tyrone Bowtie as they reach the the opening quarter, 28-4 the clocking, and they're single file led by the Can-Am Banker, who keeps about a length ahead of Pocket Sitting, Raising Rusty. From third, Tyrone Bowtie. Fourth, Pilot Air. Fifth is Rose Run Why Not. Far back and still on a gallop, not tonight for Southwind Russian, unfortunately. The field is mainly on the second turn and still led to the half by the Can-Am Banker, and Guy Gagnon getting there in a minute flat under a well-rated second quarter. He's a length and a quarter ahead of Raising Rusty. Looking live from third now, stepping out first over Tyrone Bowtie. It's go time for Pascal Berube, gapping slightly from fourth, but entering the outer flow. Second over now, Pilot Air. He's losing ground as he moves out, though, and skimming the pylons now into fourth. Rose Run Why Not. Far back, the Far back is Southwind Russian as they're led past three quarters by the Can-Am Banker. 128-2 the clocking there. He's facing late pressure from Tyrone Bowtie as they come down the stretch, looking for room up the inside, Raising Rusty. The Can-Am Banker looks confident on the front end, though. He's out there by 2 lengths, and he gets the upset in Guy Gagnon's second driving win of the night. Raising Rusty was second, ahead of Tyrone Bowtie. Rose Run Why Not fourth. 158-3 the Can-Am Banker, gate to wire. The Can-Am Banker wired in an upset for Guy Gagnon, holding off a wall of closers, Raising Rusty on the inside, down the center of the track. The first over, Tyrone Bowtie, and the late charging Rose Run Why Not. 158-3, no one to catch the Can-Am Banker. The unofficial top 4 finishers are now posted for race 3 at 10-1. Number 1, the Can-Am Banker, Guy Gagnon's second driving win of the night. 6, Tyrone Bowtie was second. 3, Raising Rusty, third. And for Rose Run Why Not, fourth. 1, 6, 3, 4 in race 3. Results are unofficial. Please hold all tickets. Returning to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial preferred handicap trot winner number 1, the Can-Am Banker, a 4-year-old bay gelding by the bank out of Fiery Ash, owned by Investissement KFP, Sorel Tracy, Quebec, with trainer Carl Duguay of Trois-Rivières, Quebec. The Can-Am Banker was bred by Winback Farm of Chesapeake City, Maryland, and driven to the win by Guy Gagnon. That's win number 5 of the year for the Can-Am Banker, who pulls the 10-1 upset in race 3. It was tight for place there, very tight. On the inside, number 3, Raising Rusty. He was nosed out for place by the 6, Tyrone Bose Tie, the 6 on the outside. Race 3 is now official. Prices are posted. 1, the Can-Am Banker returns $23.40 to win. The $2 1/6 exactor, $139.50, $222.10 for the $163 triactor, and the dollar superfecta, $1,634, $789.55. The race 3 rundown is now posted at 10-1. Number 1, the Can-Am Banker, gate to wire for Guy Gagnon. 9-5 favorite, number 2, Pilot Air, ended up 5th. 3, Raising Rusty was a close third. 4, Rose Run Why Not, also gaining ground late for 4th. 5, Southwind Russian on a break throughout the mile, finished 6th. And 6, Tyrone Bowtie edged out Raising Rusty for place. From the top down, your program should read 153.462. The fractions 28 and 4, 1 minute and 1/5, 128 and 2, 158 and 3. The Can-Am Banker. As Jason just messaged me, A lot of us in trouble after race 3, not anticipating that outcome. With the 10-1 upset, number 1, the Can-Am Banker, taking its toll on a number of early pick 4 tickets. The only good part is that we have another pick 4 starting in race 4. Coming up next with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and middle pick 4 wagering. There's a 1-9 favorite from the rail for Guy Gagnon. Sound familiar? Never mind. 10 wins from 37 starts this season. He's got a very strong record at Rideau Carleton and a front-end win from post 7 over the sloppy track, November 12th. I'm using him, but also the 4, That's Hooligan, 17-1 for Melanie Plourde and Louis-Philippe Turcotte. He is my spot play of the card. Number 4, That's Hooligan in upcoming race 4. Race 5, going with 4 horses there. The 9, Frozen Hanover. The 8, May Lose Control. 2, Ario Hanover. And 7, Lancaster Bomber. Race 6, using the 6, Southwind Mac for Jeremy Marcotte and Robert Shepard, a 4-time winner this season. He's got a good post for trotters. The 3, Wasting No Time, Guy Gagnon's choice after a win November 19th for trainer Alain Martin. Also the 7 here, Endless Time. I've been chasing her for a while. She's got a little bit of class relief for William Waugh and Shea Kelly. And in race 7, trying to finish this, hopefully, with a win. I think the 5, 88 Fingers Louis is on the brink of a good performance for Robert Shepard and Sharon Christie. Also using the 2, Shanghai Gold for Pascal Berube and Luc Loyer, the winning connections from Sunday. And 1, Make It Come True, Guy Gagnon, trainer-driver on this one with rail advantage in race 7, the concluding leg of this middle pick 4. That's a $14.40 ticket, 20-cent base wager. Trotters are coming from the paddock now for the post parade. No changes in races 4 through 7 inclusive. We'll keep you up to date about Sunday, November 30th, which is scheduled to be National Debt Retirement Night at Rideau Carleton. The great preferred handicap pacer is now a 14-year-old, so facing mandatory retirement. He was the longtime top rival to reigning Rideau Horse of the Year, the Lightspeed, and owner Francois Morin is checking the weather closely. We hope to have National Debt here for the official retirement. It's also marking the retirement of Silverado, who will not be in attendance, but we'll update you on that as Sunday, November 30th draws closer, and we can check that forecast and the roads. The AGCO judges have just let me know that number 4, Love My Rockin' Bird in race 9 is now driver TBA. No longer Darcy Clancy. A driver is needed on the 4, Love My Rockin' Bird in race 9. Here comes the field for race 4 on the trot. These are $12,000, $15,000, and $18,000 claimers, as well as also eligible non-winners of $2,500 in their last 5 starts who draw in with the $12,000 claimers. Allowances for fillies and mares, the purse $8,800. No changes. Leading the post parade, the 1-2 current favorite, number 1, Nevermind, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, with Mandy Archer as trainer and Guy Gagnon driving. 2 is Cadillac, owned by Michel Grenier of Gatineau, Quebec, trained by Alain Martin and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 3 is CrossFit, owned by Gordon MacDonald of Ontario with Christopher Boland of Newfoundland, trained by Vic Putty. Marie-Claude Auger drives. 4 is That's Hooligan, owned by François Morin, Beauceville, Quebec, trained by Louis-Philippe Turcotte. Melanie Plourde drives. 5 is Synergy S, owned by driver Sylvain Lacaille, Saint-Paul-de-Joliette, Quebec. Kelly Duval-Lacaille trains. 6 is Wish You'd Tell Me, owned and trained by Gerard Vaillancourt of Kemptville, Ontario. Clark Stacey is in the bike. 7 is Stomper Tom, owned by Wade and Philippe Toussignon of Cardinal, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong. Robert Shepard drives. 'Here's number 8, Salzburg Cami, owned and trained by Yannick Martel of L'Assomption, Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. And from trailing post 9, it's Cleveland Massimo, owned by Mathieu Senet-Ouinnette with trainer Normand Ouinnette of Quebec. Stephen Genois drives. At your field of 9 trotters for upcoming race 4, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and middle pick 4 wagering. Never Mind, understandably getting a lot of attention here, and he is a must-use in this opening leg of the middle pick 4, 3 to 5. Guy Gagnon from the rail with a Mandy Archer trainee. Never a bad thing. Never Mind, a front-end loving horse who has gate speed as well, able to cross over from post 7 for that most recent victory here, November 12th. My spot play is also in this race. And it's number 4, That's Hooligan, who backed down to 3rd as Nevermind cleared endless time before the quarter November 12th. That's Hooligan was gapping 3rd to 3/4, parking out CrossFit. He tired late over the sloppy track with the 3-second variant. And importantly, That's Hooligan finished with a flat tire. This is his debut for upset specialist Melanie Plourde and second race for trainer Louis-Philippe Turcotte. From post 4, 6 to 1 right now on the 4, That's Hooligan. He's one of 2 I'm using to open this middle pick 4. The other is the 1, Never Mind, clearly the horse to beat after his November 12th win. It was a going-away victory over a sloppy surface. He's 4 for 4 from the Rideau rail for Guy Gagnon and Mandy Archer this year. Starter has called the field for race 4. This is your last chance to get those middle pick 4 tickets on this special American Thanksgiving card. Good luck. Trotters are lining up now. 1 is Never Mind for Guy Gagnon. 2, Cadillac, Stéphane Pouliot. 3, CrossFit, Marie-Claude Auger. 4, That's Hooligan, Melanie Plourde. 5, Synergy S, Sylvain Lacaille. 6, Wish You'd Tell Me, Clark Stacey. 7, Stomper Tom, Robert Shepard. 8, Salzburg Cami on the outside for Pascal Berube, and the trailer is 9, Cleveland Massimo, Stephen Genois. They're on the turn. The field is on the backstretch. They're all in line except the trailer and Salzburg Cami. Also a little behind the others, and they're off and trotting, moving out early. Wish You'd Tell Me for Clark Stacey, seeking early command, as is Cadillac to his inside, getting up into second ahead of Nevermind, who races third. Cadillac on a mission early for Stefan Pouliot is going to circle the earliest leader, Wish You'd Tell Me, and take charge. That puts Nevermind third, and on a break, first over, bad news for Cleveland Massimo, approaching the opening quarter of 29 and 4. Cleveland Massimo taken wide and to the back as Cadillac leads by just over a length down the stretch, keeping ahead of Wish You'd Tell Me. Still following from single file third, Nevermind. It's about 3 lengths back to CrossFit, about another 3 lengths back to fifth place. That's Hooligan, who's just ahead of Synergy S. Starting up first over from second last, here comes Pascal Berube with Salzbrook Cami, given the shuffle to second last. Stomper Tom far back and still on a gallop, Cleveland Massimo. 1 minute flat to the half. The field is led by a widening margin by Cadillac. Opening up on the backstretch, he's out there by 4 lengths. Here comes the first over bid of Nevermind, though, ranging into second for Guy Gagnon, dropping back in third, Wish You'd Tell Me. Here's a first over bid now following the cover of Nevermind, who has settled loosely in the pocket, and CrossFit is continuing on as Nevermind has pulled again to challenge leader Cadillac, 129 and 4 at 3/4, and they're coming down the stretch with Cadillac on a short lead as Nevermind tries his luck again on the outside, hunting for room on the inside. Salzbrook Cami, and closing wide CrossFit. Salzbrook Cami creeping up the pylons for Berube to get a close finish against CrossFit. It's Salzbrook Cami versus CrossFit in a photo for win, and Cadillac battling Nevermind for the show spot in this 2:02 and 4 mile. Cadillac tried the front end tactics that worked so well for the Can-Am banker in the preferred, but he was running on fumes for the stretch drive after being tested by the first over Nevermind. Creeping up the pylons, Cleveland or Salzbrook Cami was gaining, but so was CrossFit, still wider. It looks like Nevermind was third ahead of the tiring Cadillac in this 4-horse battle to the wire in race 4. And the unofficial results are now posted for the top 4 finishers in race 4. Number 3, CrossFit, gets the win for Marie-Claude Auger, stinging the 8, Salzbrook Cami, second at 35 to 1 in that win photo. 1, Nevermind, the 1 to 5 favorite, was third ahead of 2, Cadillac, the pace setter, who was fourth at 10 to 1. 3, 8, 1, 2 unofficially in race 4. Please hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Unofficial race 4 winner number 3, CrossFit. A 9-year-old bay gelding by Donato Hanover out of Muscle Test, owned by Gordon MacDonald of Ontario with Christopher Boland of Newfoundland. Bred by Jason Allen and Douglas Allen and Concord Stud Farm LLC of New Jersey. Trained by Vic Putty, and that's Marie-Claude Auger's first driving win of the night. Win number 8 of the season for CrossFit, 2:02 and 4. Race 4 is now official. Prices are posted for race 4, where number 3, CrossFit, returns $7.30 to win. The $2 3/8 exactor, $86.20. It's $112 for the dollar try, 381. $277.80 for the dollar superfecta, 3812. The race 4 rundown is now displayed. 1-5 beaten favorite. Number 1, Nevermind, was third, edging out the pace setter. Number 2, Cadillac, who was fourth. 3, CrossFit, got the narrow victory for driver Marie-Claude Auger. 4, That's Hooligan, was eighth. 5, Synergy S was sixth. 6, Wish You'd Tell Me, seventh. 7, Stomper Tom, fifth. 8, Salzbrook Cami, edged out in a heartbreaker, but a good place finish for Pascal Berube. And 9, Cleveland Massimo was ninth after the break near the opening quarter. From the top down, your program should read 3-4-1-8-6-7-5-2-9. The fractions 29 and 4, a minute flat, 129 and 4, 202 and 4. CrossFit adding to his win collection, win number 8 of the year. And the announcer's perspective, sometimes it's hard to get the exact moment of the win. But momentum again carrying CrossFit, the widest closer in race 4, to a victory by about a head. On the inside, the 8 Salzbrook Cami edging out number 1, Nevermind, for place. And that's the pace setter between them, the 2 Cadillac, 4th in this tight finish in race 4. Race 5 is coming up next, and Glenn having a better night than I am from a handicapping perspective. His favorites mostly doing well, although the 1 Nevermind N was third as beaten favorite in race 4. His second choice, CrossFit, was the winner of race 4. Glenn is going with the 2 here. Rideau Hanover, currently 2-1 co-favorite. I have his second choice on top from the trailing post, and currently at odds of 5-1, Frozen Hanover for Guy Gagnon and Maxime Vellet. Glenn is going to the 7, Lancaster Bomber in the show spot. I have him 4th. He does get an interesting driver change going from Josh Miller, probably celebrating American Thanksgiving, to Pascal Berube on the 7, Lancaster Bomber, 16-1 right now. Glenn completes his superfecta with number 1 Stardog for Robert Shepard and Sharon Christie. I'm going to Rideau Hanover in the show spot, followed by Lancaster Bomber to complete my superfecta. Race 5 has exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. And in case you're finishing up turkey or ham and wondering about that pick 5 carryover, don't worry, that's coming up in race 6. We've got a race 6 pick 5 carryover of $1,039.34. It may appear a little different than that if you're wagering on an American ADW. That's Canadian currency. Horseplayer Interactive customers will see the $1,039.34 carryover for our pick 5 coming up in race 6. Meanwhile, we're taking a look at race 5, and Rideau Hanover is now the sole favorite at 9-5. Number 2, Rideau Hanover is making a quick turnaround. He pocketed up behind the gate-to-wire 1-5 winner Stonebridge Hermes on Sunday. His late move fell short by a nose, and he's the lone class dropper in the field. So a lot of things working in favor of number 2, Rideau Hanover here. Robin Morley putting in the work with Cara Stacey and Clark Stacey to bring back this classy horse at age 6. He's making only his 5th start of the year. That was his best so far, if you don't count those 2 big qualifying wins, October 12th and October 19th at Rideau Carleton, also for Clark and Cara Stacey. He's been closing in on a win. This could be his night. He's 1-5 now from post 2, Rideau Hanover. I like the 9, Frozen Hanover. The Guy Gagnon factor is definitely one to consider, says everyone who kicks themselves about the Can-Am Banker tonight in the preferred. Frozen Hanover is making his first start for Guy Gagnon on his return to trainer Maxime Vellet. This is Frozen Hanover's first second-tier start since a show finish at a higher classification June 20th at Hippodrome 3R. Frozen Hanover was an off-the-pace 154-4 Rideau winner September 26th, 2024, before a jump to the preferred class at this track. He does have some class to him and has our reigning O'Brien Award of Horsemanship winner, Guy Gagnon in the bike. 9-1. Nice price on the 9 Frozen Hanover. 40-1 on number 8 May Lose Control. That's very interesting. The lone claimer in the field backpedaled to 4th November 19th and came first over from 4th along the backstretch. May Lose Control was rolling in the stretch and made some kind of contact with Mock Play as that rival left the pylons in the stretch. It was ruled that there was no interference or it was mutual contact. So May Lose Control is William Waugh's choice over Persistent Boy and Topville on a Verge, in spite of the class jump here and the tough post 8. 35-1, May Lose Control. And 7 Lancaster Bomber is interesting, setting the pace from the Rideau Rail on Sunday and getting stung late. He was a beaten 4-5 favorite for Josh Miller and now makes the quick turnaround. He won with a pocket ride from post 7 for Pascal Berube on November 7th of last year at a lower classification. So the post may not make that much of a difference. And the price certainly good on the 7 Lancaster Bomber, 11-1 right now. Pascal Berube nearly winning from post 8 in race 4 with Salzbrook Cami. Let's see what he can do from post 7 with Lancaster Bomber. 0 for 12 this season thus far. The Pacers are coming on track now for the race 5 post parade. Race 5 is for Pacers who were non-winners of $600 per start in their last 10 or in 2025, as well as $10,500 claimers. The purse, $7,800. Number 1 is Stardog, owned and trained by Sharon Christie of South Mountain, Ontario. Robert Shepard drives. Two is the 4-5 current favorite, Rideau Hanover, owned by Robin Morley of Mildmay, Ontario, trained by Cara Stacey. Clark Stacey drives. 3 is Cyclone Joe, owned by driver Sylvain Lacaille of Saint Paul de Joliette, Quebec, and trained by Kelly Duval Lacaille. 4 is Persistent Boy, owned by Richard Desrosiers of Massouvy, Quebec, along with trainer Guy Roy of Saint-Robert, Quebec. Marie-Claude Auger drives. 5 is Topville on a Verge, owned by Gate Expectations Racing of Gatineau, trained by Shea Kelly. Stephen Genois drives. 6 is Moments That Matter, owned by trainer Sabrina Lord-Bedard of Trois-Rivières. Stéphane Pouliot is in the bike. 7 is Lancaster Bomber, owned by Scott Miller of Messina, New York, trained by Christina Miller, and catch-driven by Pascal Berube. 8 is May Lose Control, owned by trainer Denis Audette of Portneuf, Quebec, and driven by William Waugh. And from trailing post 9, Frozen Hanover, owned by Guy Courbet of Mirabel, Quebec, trained by Maxime Vellet and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's your field of 9 pacers for upcoming Race 5. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. No changes in races 5, 6, and 7. Rideau Hanover missed by a nose November 23rd. He was closing quickly against Stonebridge Hermes over the good surface with the 2-second variant and just missed at 4-1. The bettors don't want to let him slip away tonight after a great performance like that. The track condition is good with a 1-second variant tonight. We've had front-end winners, but some of them also getting a little leg weary after setting the pace, like Cadillac in race 4. So Rideau Hanover has won on the front end in his October 19th qualifier at this track, a going away win over Rideau Parking and trotter Pilot Air. He was a pocket sitter in the fog November 23rd and sprung late by Clark Stacey. So it doesn't look like he's going to try things from very far off the pace. He could get a good trip tonight. The question is who he's going to be following. Can Lancaster Bomber get a front-end trip from post 7 for Pascal Berube? He was a very close third with a front-end mission from the rail on Sunday. Hope our American horse players joining us tonight are enjoying a wonderful Thanksgiving and have lots to be thankful for, maybe cashing some tickets this evening. If you're an Ottawa area horse player, or even just passing through on Saturday nights, don't forget Tammy Forgey's free-to-play, on-track-only handicapping contest continues every Saturday evening in the Trackside Simulcast Lounge in the grandstand. Last I checked, the jackpot was $900. Starter has called the field for race 5. Still a little time to wager if you hurry. Pacers are going behind the gate now for race 5. 1 is Stardog for Robert Shepard. 2, Rideau Hanover for Clark Stacey. 3, Cyclone Joe, Sylvain Lacaille. 4, Persistent Boy, Marie-Claude Auger. 5, Topville on a Verge, Stephen Genois. 6, Moments That Matter, Stéphane Pouliot. 7, Lancaster Bomber, Pascal Berube. On the outside, 8, May Lose Control, William Waugh. The trailer is 9, Frozen Hanover, Guy Gagnon. Starting gate is on the backstretch. They're all in line with 1 behind. And they're off with speed from the inside. Stardog leaving down the center of the track. Cyclone Joe being sent by Sylvain Lacaille. Still wider. Here comes Berube piloting his Lancaster Bomber and battling Cyclone Joe. They're going at it on a 5-length breakaway up front, and Lancaster Bomber looks to clear Cyclone Joe en route to a quick opening quarter. Coming after them, first over into third, Rideau Hanover. 27-1, fastest opening panel of the night, and they're led by Lancaster Bomber. That has changed again. Cyclone Joe is playing leapfrog, coming down the stretch the first time, opening up by a length and a half over Lancaster Bomber. Rideau Hanover first over from third, giving the toe to Frozen Hanover, who's advancing second over on the turn. He's out there in fifth at the moment, skimming the pylons into fourth. Stardog racing sixth on the inside. That's Moments That Matter on his outside. Coming from third over, second last, Persistent Boy circling him with a big three-wide move. May Lose Control advancing 57-4 to the half. This field is led by Rideau Hanover, opening up by 3 over Frozen Hanover. May Lose Control still gaining ground first over into third as they pass three quarters, 1:26-2 the clocking. It could be too late to rein in Rideau Hanover, and Clark Stacey still leading by 5 lengths. It's still Frozen Hanover racing second, and May Lose Control gaining ground first over. But Rideau Hanover looks to be freewheeling to his first win of the 2025 meet late in the season. But first to the wire, Rideau Hanover and Clark Stacey getting there ahead of Frozen Hanover with Persistent Boy up for show. 1:55-4. Rideau Hanover was 0 for 4, but he made his 5th start of the season, a winning one in going away style as well for driver Clark Stacey. 1:55-4. Impressive. Rideau Hanover takes race 5. Frozen Hanover up for place ahead of the fast-closing Persistent Boy, who edged out May Lose Control. Unofficial results are now posted for race 5, going off at final odds of 1-5. Number 2, Rideau Hanover, a going away winning favorite for Clark Stacey's first driving win of the night and his own first win of the season. 9, Frozen Hanover was second. 4, Persistent Boy edged out the 8, May Lose Control for show. 2, 9, 4, 8 unofficially in race 5. Please hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Unofficial race 5 winner number 2, Rideau Hanover, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Captain Treacherous out of A Filly to Fear, owned by Robin Morley of Mildmay, Ontario, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms of Hanover, Pennsylvania, trained by Cara Stacey and driven to the win by Clark Stacey, 155 and 4. Welcome back, Rideau Hanover. He's now the official winner of race 5. Prices are posted for race 5, where number 2, Rideau Hanover, pays $2.40 to win. The $2.29 exactor, $8.70. The dollar pick 3, 132, 3 of 3, $129.65, $177.90 if you went 4 of 4 in the early pick 4 for $1. 1-7 with 1 with 3 and 2. $13.85 for the dollar try, $152.20 for the dollar superfecta in race 5. The race 5 rundown is now displayed. Number 1, Stardog, finished 5th. 2, Rideau Hanover was a winning 1-5 favorite for Clark Stacey. 3, Cyclone Joe, hard used early, ended up 8th. 4, Persistent Boy, closed for show. 5, Topville on a Verge was 6th. 6, Moments That Matter, 7th. 7, Lancaster Bomber was 9th, also hard used early that mile. 8, May Lose Control, circle him for next time. Edged out for show and finishing 4th despite the tough post. And number 9, Frozen Hanover, was 2nd. From the top down, your program should read 5-1-8-3-6-7-9-4-2. The fractions 27 and 1, 57 and 4, 126 and 2, 155 and 4. The first seasonal victory for Rideau Hanover. This is it, the one and only pick 5 this evening, and it's got a nice carryover, $1,039.34. That's Canadian for those of you tuning in from south of the border tonight. Either way, it's a little extra incentive to get involved in tonight's one and only pick 5 coming up in race 6 here at Rideau Carleton. Glenn is having a pretty good night, so you might want to pay attention. Here's his 20-cent pick 5 ticket. 20-cent base wager. The cost of this ticket, $21.60. He's using 2 horses here in race 6. He's going with the risky but loaded with potential. Number 1, Give Me Carrots K for Mike Healy and John McMillan, as well as the 2 Hercules for Maxime Vellet and Pascal Berube. In race 7, he's got 3 horses picked. The 1, Make It Come True, the 2, Shanghai Gold, and the trailer, number 9, Siddhartha. In race 8, going 3 deep again with the 5, Fireshine, the 7, Always Your Way, and 8, Sea Laird. Although Sea Laird is scratched, I believe, so you can substitute another horse for Sea Laird to keep the price intact. The ticket structure remains intact if you use another horse, a 3rd horse in race 8. In race 9, he's going with the 1, Exotic Sand, the horse to beat here. The possible upsetter could be the 5, Stonebridge Hermes, or the 6, Duck Dynasty. He uses them both in the ticket. And in race 10, he tries to get the job done with the 4, Logan Behold, and the 5, McWicked Time. $21.60 for that 20-cent pick 5 ticket. We do have a few changes within the sequence, none of them affecting races 6 or 7. As mentioned, in race 8, scratch the 8, Sea Laird, a judge's scratch Transportation. In race 10, number 6, Arizona Jackson goes from Blinkers to Blind Bridle. There's also a driver change in race 9 on number 4, Love My Rockin' Bird, who goes from Darcy Clancy to Sylvan Lacaille. So those are some important changes in that pick 5 sequence. A shout out to our friends at the Raceway at Western Fair in London, Ontario. The 2025 O'Brien Award, celebrating the best in Canadian harness racing, are going to be held in London, Ontario this year. The 37th O'Brien Awards on Saturday, January 31st, with the Black Tie Gala at the AAR Expo Center at Western Fair District, the former Agriplex. So stay tuned. There'll be information breaking about finalists for the awards. Guy Gagnon, a reigning O'Brien winner, taking the 2024 O'Brien Award of Horsemanship. The Hard Rock Hotel London is going to play host to finalists and their guests at this year's O'Brien Awards. Again, coming up at the Raceway at Western Fair in London, Ontario, with the Black Tie Gala, Saturday, January 31st, 2026. Race 6 coming up has the pick 5 carryover of $1,039.34. That pick 5 on the wagering menu for race 6, along with Exactor, Triactor, and Super High 5 wagering. No changes in race 6 as the horses come on track now for the post parade. It's worth mentioning no changes in race 7. Race 8, scratch the 8, Sea Laird, judges scratch transportation. Race 9, the 4, Love My Rockin' Bird, has a driver change from Clancy to Sylvan Lacaille. And then in the race 10 finale, the 6, Arizona Jackson, bridle change, blinkers to blind. Those are the changes in the pick 5 sequence that begins here in race 6. And the race 6 trotters are now on track for the post parade. They're non-winners of $40,000 lifetime. Fillies and mares, $50,000 lifetime. Also eligible, non-winners of $4,000 in their last 5 starts or $900 per start in 2025. The purse, $9,000. Leading the post parade, number 1, Give Me Carrots K, owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario, with Anne Lemarand of Gatineau, Quebec, sharing ownership, and Mike Healy in the sulky. 2 is Hercules, owned by Écurie Provocante, Mirabel, Quebec, trained by Maxime Vellet and driven by Pascal Berube. 3 is the current even money favorite, Wasting No Time, owned and trained by Alain Martin of Gatineau, Quebec. Guy Gagnon drives. 4 is Royal de Wara, owned by Westover de l'Estrie Incorporé, Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, Quebec, trained by Denis Guriel and driven by Loïc Guriel. 5 is Drink Like Henry, owned by Francis Prou of Saint-Pie-de-Guerre, Quebec, trained by Guy Roy, driven by Stéphane Pouliot. And we're searching for number 6, Southwind Mac. Next in this 9-horse post parade. He's in front of the grandstand right now, actually, Southwind Mac. There he is, Southwind Mac, owned by trainer Jeremy Marcotte of Notre-Dame-de-la-Paix, Quebec, driven by Robert Shepard. 7 is Endless Time, owned by Gate Expectations Racing of Gatineau, Quebec, trained by Shay Kelly. William Waugh drives. There's the 8, Wildfire Blue Chip, owned by Dunia Levrenovec of Gatineau, Quebec, trained and driven by Phil Reed. And completing the field from trailing post 9, Only for Justice, owned and trained by Jessica Turenne, who shares ownership with Yannick Marquis and Jean Allaire, all of Quebec. Marie-Claude Auger drives. That's your field of 9 to kick off the one and only pick 5 tonight at Rideau Carleton, with a carryover of $1,039.34. There's also exactor, triactor, and super high 5 wagering. And as I occasionally point out for those new to wagering, or who need a little refresher, a high five, you're picking the top 5 finishers in order in race 6 only. The pick 5, you're picking the winners of races 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Starter has called the field. This is your last chance to take advantage of that pick 5 carryover. Trotters are lining up now. 1 is Give Me Carrots K for Mike Healy. 2, Hercules, Pascal Berube. 3, Wasting No Time, Guy Gagnon. 4, Royal Douara for Loic Guriel. 5, Drink Like Henry, Stéphane Pouliot. 6, Southwind Mac, Robert Shepard. 7, Endless Time, William Waugh. On the outside, 8, Wildfire Blue Chip for Phil Reed. The trailer is 9, Only for Justice, Marie-Claude Auger. They're circling onto the backstretch for the start of race 6 and the pick 5 at Rideau Carleton. Good luck. They're off and trotting and moving from mid-pack early. Royal Douara pressing on to the lead. First over in 2 seconds. Southwind Mac is going to backpedal into the pocket just ahead of third place, Wasting No Time. Fourth on the inside, Endless Time, until the first over bid coming from Wildfire Blue Chip has now carried him up into fourth, challenging for third as they pass the opening quarter. 29 and 4. The first panel, they're led down the stretch by Royal Douara, keeping a length ahead of the pocket sitting Southwind Mac. From third on the inside, Wasting No Time, parked out. First over in fourth, Wildfire Blue Chip. Second over from sixth, Hercules, to his inside fifth, Endless Time, with nowhere to go at the moment, skimming the pylons inside of Hercules, racing third from last at the moment. Only for Justice gapping cover, but entering the outer flow at the half. Give Me Carrots K trailing the field on the inside. Drink Like Henry, 1 minute flat to the half. And this field is still led by Royal Douara, keeping a length ahead of the first over second, Wasting No Time. To his inside, well positioned in third. That's Southwind Mac for Robert Shepard. Those top 3 on a 5-length breakaway. Racing fourth at the moment. Endless Time, 129 and 1 at 3/4. They're turning for home. And the first over bid of Wasting No Time has been unable to take down Royal Douara, who continues to lead up the inside late. Here comes Southwind Mac powering on for Robert Shepard. Southwind Mac reaching ahead to get the half-length victory. Wasting No Time up for second. Then Royal Douara, and closing late, that looks like Only for Justice to complete the top 4 in race 6. 2 minutes and 4/5. Royal Douara putting in another strong front-end trip at Rideau Carleton, but with a perfect pocket ride for driver Robert Shepard. Southwind Mac was charging up the inside path late and Wasting No Time with a furious late move. Got up for place. Royal Douara holding on for show. Ahead of Only for Justice. Endless Time looks to have completed the high five there. Open lengths behind the top 4 finishers in race 6. The unofficial top 5 order of finish is now displayed for race 6. At 10-1, number 6, Southwind Mac gets the victory for Robert Shepard. It was the 4, Royale de Wara, actually holding on for place. My bad there. Close decision. So the 4 holding on for place over the favorite, the even money favorite, number 3, Wasting No Time, who was actually third in that finish. The 9, Only for Justice, was fourth. And it was 7, Endless Time, to complete the high five at 40-1. 6-4-3-9-7, unofficially in race 6. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Unofficial race 6 winner, number 6, Southwind Mac, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Wallner out of Mimosa, Hanover, owned and trained by Jeremy Marcotte of Notre Dame de la Paix, Quebec, bred by Southwind Farms LLC of Pennington, New Jersey. That's the first driving win of the night for Robert Shepard, and win number 5 of the season for Southwind Mac, 2 minutes and 4/5. Race 6 is now official. Prices are now posted for race 6, where number 6, Southwind Mac, returns $23.40 to win. The $2 6-4 exactor, $91.30. $120.85 for the dollar try, 6-4-3. And the 20-cent super high five, $1,024.72 for the 6-4-3-9-7 20-cent high five. The race 6 rundown is now displayed. Number 1, Give Me Carrots K, finished 9th. 2, Hercules was 8th. 3, Wasting No Time was 3rd as beaten Even Money favorite. 4, Royale de Wara held on for place after setting the pace. 5, Drink Like Henry was 6th. 6, Southwind Mac, the 10-1 upset winner for Robert Shepard. 7, Endless Time was 5th. 8, Wildfire Blue Chip, 7th. And 9, Only for Justice, 4th. From the top down, your program should read 9-8-3-2-6-1-5-7-4. The fractions 29 and 4, 1 minute flat, 129 and 1, 2 minutes and 4/5. The winning mile for Southwind Mac. Race 7 is coming up next here at Rideau Carleton on this special Thursday card. Wishing a happy Thanksgiving evening to our American horse players and fans tuning in tonight. Race 7 has exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late pick 4 wagering. No changes in race 7. If you're playing the late pick 4, I'll just mention those late changes once again. The 8, Sea Laird, is scratched from race 8. A judge's scratch transportation of the 8 in race 8, Sea Laird. In race 9, a driver change on number 4, Love My Rockin' Bird, going from Darcy Clancy to Sylvan Lacaille on number 4, Love My Rockin' Bird in race 9. And the concluding leg of the late pick 4 and the pick 5 is the race 10 finale. The only change there is a bridle change on number 6, Arizona Jackson, going blinkers to blind. A shout out to Jason, Adam, Shannon, and Jose tuning in from different parts of North America tonight. Hope some of you may have caught my one winner of the night so far, Southwind Mac, coming through when I needed a 10-1 winner to kick off that pick 5 in race 6. Moving on to race 7, we have a 1-9 favorite from the rail. Make It Come True for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. And he's coming in off of an open-length victory over Dr. Mickey, November 16th. While that's very appealing from a certain perspective, I think it leaves him a little vulnerable. I have used him in my multi-legs, but I think Make It Come True at 1-9 is a little questionable here. In fact, he was second after setting the pace in his latest try from the Rideau rail. That was back on October 8th. The 588 Fingers Louis is Robert Shepard's pick over Better on the Island in race 7. This is their 4th start together. 88 Fingers Louis was 3rd over from last past the half on Sunday and closed wide in the field's fastest, 28-2. He's making a quick turnaround with big class relief, and he's 14-1. He's my top selection here. Also using the 2 Shanghai Gold, Pascal Berube's pick over Mock Play. Field is coming on track for the race 7 post parade, kicking off our final pick 4 this evening. The race 7 Pacers are $8,500 claimers, as well as the also eligible non-winners of $425 per start in their last 10. Allowances for fillies and mares. The purse is $6,800. One to 9, current favorite from the rail, Make It Come True, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporé with Stéphanie Gagnon of Gatineau, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 2 is Shanghai Gold, owned by Pierre Piedalou, Saint-Alexandre, Quebec, trained by Luc Loyer. Pascal Berube drives. 3 is Sunny Bow, owned and trained by Melissa Loyer of Ottawa. Sylvain Lacaille drives. 4 is Mock Play, owned by Nathalie Willette of Mirabel, Quebec, trained by Stéphane Gagnon, driven by Stephen Genois. 5 is 88 Fingers Louis, owned and trained by Sharon Christie of South Mountain, Ontario. Robert Shepard drives. 6 is Mock Art in Motion, owned, trained, and driven by Jason Gilchrist of Prescott, Ontario. 7 is The Colt, owned and trained by Gordon Lee of Odessa, Ontario, who shares ownership with Mackenzie Lee of Amherst View, Ontario. William Waugh drives. 8 is Better on the Island, owned by trainer-driver Brian Scott with Amy Griffin, both of Brinston, Ontario. And from trailing post 9, Siddhartha, owned by trainer Louis-Philippe Turcotte of Trois-Rivières, Quebec. Marie-Claude Auger drives. That's your field of 9 pacers for upcoming race 7. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late pick 4 wagering. Getting a look at Siddhartha now. The trailing post has been quite good tonight, with 10-1 morning line only for Justice, closing from post 9 to finish 4th for Marie-Claude Auger in race 6. And Frozen Hanover, 2nd for Guy Gagnon from trailing post 9 in race 5. So something to keep in mind. Some pretty good results from the trailing post. 25-1 right now on Siddhartha, who does not figure in my ticket in upcoming race 7, although Glenn is using Siddhartha 3rd. He's got the 1 Make It Come True on top, followed by the 2 Shanghai Gold. And he completes his superfecta with number 4, Mock Play. We're looking at Make It Come True right now. 5-time winner this season. He was 1-9, now he's 1-5. And there's been a lot of furious action at the wire in a number of races tonight. Not all of them. The Can-Am Banker was pretty comfortable on the front end. And Ario Hanover, a going away winner. But I don't like him from the rail. He was beaten in his last start from the rail. So I am going 3 deep here. So is Glenn, actually, although that's his middle pick 4 ticket. I think the 2 Shanghai Gold looks very good here. He's 2-1 from post 2. Pascal Berrube's choice over mock play. He left from the same post Sunday. He parked Wall Street Bell, pocketed up, and then had a late move up the inside path. He loves Pascal Berrube, taking his lifetime mark for him on August 3rd, 2023. The starter has called the field for race 7. Your last opportunity tonight to play the pick 4 at Rideau Carleton. Good luck. They're all in line, but for the trailer, 1 is Make It Come True for Guy Gagnon, 2 Shanghai Gold, Pascal Berrube, 3 Sunny Bow, Sylvain Lacaille, 4 Mock Play, Stephen Genois, 5 88 Fingers Louis, Robert Shepard, 6 Mock Art in Motion, Jason Gilchrist, 7 the Colt, William Waugh, on the outside 8 Better on the Island, Brian Scott. The trailer is 9 Siddhartha for Marie-Claude Auger. The field is on the backstretch. And they're all in line with 1 behind, but getting rank there. Sunny Bow on a gallop, taken to the back. The rest are off and pacing and sprinting to an early lead. Make It Come True under immediate first over pressure from Shanghai Gold. And he is followed in third by a fast-leaving Siddhartha. The parking ticket issued to the second over from 4th 88 Fingers Louis, who's looking for room along the pylons now, just ahead of 5th place Mock Play. And second over early, the Colt. They race to a 28-1 opening panel, and things very unsettled up front as Make It Come True has Shanghai Gold looking him in the eye on the outside, parked first over in second. Following from third, Siddhartha. It's about 4 lengths back to 88 Fingers Louis in fourth. Racing second over from 5th now. The Colt continues on, gapping cover. On his inside now, actually moving up into 5th. That's Mock Play, second over in 6th. The Colt following his cover from second last, third over. Mock Art in Motion, gapping. Second last, Better on the Island, and far back after the early miscue, Sunny Bow, 56-4 to the halfway station, and they've nearly reached 3/4. Make It Come True has shrugged off Shanghai Gold and now faces the fast-gaining Siddhartha, moving up the pylons for Marie-Claude Auger, also trying to get something going. 3 wide Mock Art in Motion. 126 flat at 3/4, and Make It Come True could be en route to doing that, although he's facing pressure up the inside. Siddhartha gaining late down the center of the track. The Colt wider. It's Mock Art in Motion. The Colt, who scored down well, looks even better with the win over Mock Art in Motion. Make It Come True tight for 4th there. May have gone to 88 Fingers Louis, 156-2. Make that 158-2. Make It Come True was breathing a sigh of relief as Shanghai Gold had backed down. But a wall of late speed came along, led by the Colt and William Waugh, flying past late for their 5th win of the season, and followed to the wire by Mock Art in Motion up for place. Make It Come True was third ahead of 88 Fingers Louis. Unofficial top 4 order of finish now displayed at 50-1. It could be carryover time again in the pick 5 tonight. Number 7, the Colt, gets the win. First of the night for William Waugh. Over 6, Mock Art in Motion, second at 35-1. Should be a nice exactor. The 2-5 favorite, number 1, Make It Come True, was third, followed by the 5, 88 Fingers Louis, 4th, 7-6-1-5 in race 7. Unofficially, please hold all tickets. A horse who's made a living of success against all odds. He's back in the winner's circle. Congratulations to unofficial race 7 winner number 7, the Colt, a 9-year-old bay gelding by Dudes the Man out of Silky's Lady, owned by trainer Gordon Lee of Odessa, Ontario. With Mackenzie Lee of Amherst View, Ontario. The Colt was bred by M&L of Delaware LLC, Wilmington, Delaware. William Waugh gets the driving win, and that's win number 5 of the season for the Colt at 50-1. Race 7 is now official. That might be our highest priced winner of the year. In race 7, number 7, the Colt returns $107.70 to win. The dollar pick 3 of 3, $382.60 for $1, 267. The winning pick 3, the 20-cent pick 4 of 4, $2,136 and change. The $2 exactor 7-6, $1,650.80. The dollar try, $1,550.65. And a very nice dollar superfecta there. That superfecta, $9,460.60. Congratulations to anyone who cashed. The race 7 rundown is now posted. Number 1, Make It Come True, was third as beaten 2-5 favorite. 2, Shanghai Gold, was fifth after pressing the pace early. 3, Sunny Bow, left on a break and finished ninth. 4, Mock Play, was seventh. 5, 88 Fingers Louie, closed for fourth. 6, Mockart in Motion, was a fast closing second at 35-1. 50-1 long shot. Number 7, the Colt, gets the win for William Waugh. 8, Better on the Island, was 8th. And 9, Siddhartha, ended up 6th. From the top down, your program should read 3597-42186. The fractions, 28 and 1, 56 and 4, 126 flat, 158 and 2 for the Colt in race 7. Moving on to race 8, we have exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late pick 3 wagering for those who may not have had the Colt in their pick 5 or pick 4. A small shot at redemption in this field, scratch down to 8 pacers. Number 8, C. Laird, a judge's scratch transportation. 6-1, the current odds on Glenn's top selection here. The 5 in race 8, Fireshine, for Gerard Vaillancourt and catch driver Clark Stacy, who was a winner earlier in the card, with Ario Hanover going away winning favorite back in race 5. I've been on Fireshine for a while, and she just did not come through for me, so I've changed teams, and after seeing what I've seen with Red Cape Party in his most recent start here, November 23rd, in the snow, he was a very good third behind a going-away winner, Dragon's Better, and the unexpected late speed of Perfect High. So I think Red Cape Party, currently 7-1, is coming in really good form here for Richard Simard, in spite of having just one win from 17 starts this season. And Richard Simard has told me before on the Rideau backstretch that he really likes this horse. The horse was considered a bit of a challenge when he got him, but he's got a very good life, and he certainly raced very well. November 23rd at Rideau Carleton, Red Cape Party. Glenn's second choice is the 7, Always Your Way, for Robert Shepard and Jamie Johnson. 5-1 right now. I'm using him 4th. I'm going back to the 2, Caribbean King, a horse that Glenn and I had both put on top of the ticket November 16th, and he got parked. He had some kind of difficulty. Trouble with the curve, won that race. But Caribbean King was coming in off a big mile November 2nd at Hippodrome 3R. When he was parked most of the mile, finished a fast closing second by a diminishing half length for Marie-Claude Auger. Back in the bike here on the 3-1, number 2, Caribbean King. Glenn was using the 8, C. Laird in the show spot, but he's scratched, so I guess that moves up the 1 in his ticket. Better Zone from the rail for Vic Putty and Guy Gagnon. Parked and fading late, November 23rd, making the quick turnaround and back with the rail here. Better Zone, 11-1 right now. Thanks again to all the horse players on both sides of the border joining us for this Thursday afternoon into evening card on American Thanksgiving. We hope our American friends and horse players and horse people are having a wonderful holiday, celebrating their Thanksgiving. And we hope all of you are having a bountiful evening playing Rideau Carleton. The race 8 pacers are coming on track now for the post parade. Here comes the post parade for race 8. These paces are non-winners of $210 per start in their last 10, or a race in 2024-2025. Also eligible $8,500 claimers, who are non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts. Allowances for fillies and mares. They race for a purse of $6,000. The field is scratched down to 8 pacers. Number 1 is Better Zone, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation, with Mike Horwood, both of Ontario, and Limco Incorporated of Quebec, and trainer Vic Putty of Ontario. Guy Gagnon drives. 2 is Caribbean King, owned by Alexandre Jutra and Junior Martel, with trainer Denis Monguy, all of Quebec. Marie-Claude Auger drives. 3 is Red Cape Party, owned, trained, and driven by Richard Simard of Les Cèdres, Quebec. 4 is Major Motion, owned by trainer Jennifer McBride of Almonte, Ontario. Mike Healy drives. 'Here comes the 5, Fireshine, owned and trained by Gerard Vaillancourt of Kemptville, Ontario. Clark Stacey drives. 'Another horse who looks better than the odds suggest, scoring down. Number 6, Indigo Sealster, racing for owner Johan Sanssouci of Saint-Victoire and Sophie Messier of Drummondville, Quebec, trained by Eric Milo. William Waugh in the bike. 7 is Always Your Way, owned by Jamie and Sonia Johnson of Edwards, Ontario, trained by Jamie Johnson. Robert Shepard drives. The 8, Sea Laird, is a judge's scratch transportation. And completing this field from trailing post 9 is the 3-2 current favorite, Perfect High, owned by Scott Miller of Messina, New York, trained by Christina Miller, and catch driven by Pascal Berube. That's your field of 8 pacers for upcoming race 8. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and late pick 3 wagering. Again, if you're playing the pick 3 here, the only change in race 8 is the scratch of the 8, Sea Laird. In race 9, the 4, Love My Rockin' changed the driver from Darcy Clancy to Sylvain Lacaille. And in race 10, there's a bridle change on the 6, Arizona Jackson, going blinkers to blind. We're getting a look at the favorite. Number 9, Perfect High, 3-2. So it's cautious support. The second tier is tricky. Some horse people say they'd rather have the outside post 8 than a trailing post that leaves you at the mercy of what's going on in front of you. But Perfect High turned in a really good late effort in his most recent start, so the second tier may not hurt his chances. In fact, the 9, Perfect High, is Pascal Berube's choice over Better Zone and Indigo Sealster in race 8. He's making the quick turnaround. He went 3 wide at 3/4 after racing near the back of the field here Sunday and collared Red Cape Party in deep stretch for place. Some post relief for Perfect High, who had the 8-hole in that furious finish Sunday. 3, Red Cape Party chased the fast-leaving Dragons Better first over off the gate Sunday, then pocketed up before the quarter. He drifted wide in the stretch and got stung for place by Perfect High. He won with a first over trip over a snowy Rideau surface back on November 19th, 2023. So this time of year, he often gets good. That's the 3, Red Cape Party, 8-1 right now. The other that I've been watching, number 2, Caribbean King, He's 3-1 here. Marie-Claude Auger's choice over Fireshine. Caribbean King took back the 5th leaving November 16th and came first over to the half. He was third on the backstretch, flushing out the winner near 3/4. That start, he didn't really show the same form that he seemed to show November 2nd at Hippodrome 3R. That was a very impressive place finish at a slightly lower level. He's up in class, getting lots of respect, though, from post 2, Caribbean King. 7, Always Your Way, 7-2, also getting some respect, even though he has the outside post with the scratch of Sealaird. Always Your Way got away single file 6th behind the front end winner Dragons Better on a snowy track Sunday. He was first over past the grandstand, flushing out Better Zone and uncovered at the top of the stretch. He held off Sealaird for 4th, but was a beaten 4-5 favorite. And the starter has called the field for race 8. The Pacers are finding position behind the gate as it heads into the turn. 1 is Better Zone for Guy Gagnon. 2, Caribbean King, Marie-Claude Auger. 3, Red Cape Party, Richard Simard. 4, Major Motion, Mike Healy. 5, Fireshine, Clark Stacey. 6, Indigo Sealster, William Waugh. 7, Always Your Way, Robert Shepard on the outside. Scratch the 8, Sealaird. The trailer is 9, Perfect High for Pascal Berube. They're quickly approaching the start. They're off and pacing, and an early battle among the inside 3. Better Zone, Caribbean King, and Red Cape Party mixing it up early. And Red Cape Party is the first to back out and search for room in 3rd along the pylons. Parked first over 2nd, Caribbean King, as Better Zone leads the way for Guy Gagnon. They're now landing in program order. Better Zone leads the way. Caribbean King is 2nd. Red Cape Party 3rd en route to the 28 flat opening quarter. They come down the stretch the first time with the 2nd tier Perfect High racing 4th behind Red Cape Party, about a length and a half back, and about a length and a half behind him in 5th along the pylons. That's Fireshine starting up first over now from 6th. Here comes Always Your Way for Robert Shepard. Behind him along the pylons, 2nd last at the moment, Major Motion, stepping out to try to follow 3rd over. At the back of the pack, Indigo Sealster. They went to the half in 58-3, and leading the way still, Better Zone and Guy Gagnon. Here comes a first over bid from Red Cape Party and Richard Simard up to the Sulky Wheel in 2nd. Following that cover, 2nd over in 4th outside of Caribbean King. It's Perfect High trying to get closer. Perfect High is now up into 3rd. Outside of pocket sitting, Red Cape Party. Better Zone still leading. They went by 3/4 in 1:28-1. And the field getting quite strung out behind the top group. Better Zone seems to be overtaken now by Perfect High. Coming late, that's Always Your Way, following Perfect High. Behind them, Red Cape Party. Perfect High gets the victory over Always Your Way. Red Cape Party, Fireshine up for 4th, 1:59-4. Better Zone was cutting the fractions, but getting a lot of pressure, and Perfect High came on late, holding off Always Your Way to the finish in a 1:59-4 victory. Pascal Berube with the driving win. Always your way, gaining on him right to the wire. Red Cape Party holding off Fireshine for the show spot. The unofficial top 4 order of finish is now displayed for race 8. 2-5 favorite from the second tier. Number 9, Perfect High with the victory for Pascal Berube. Finishing second, number 7, Always Your Way. 3, Red Cape Party was third. And 5, Fireshine coming on at 10-1 to complete the superfecta. 9, 7, 3, 5 unofficially in race 8. Please hold all tickets. Now back in the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Unofficial race 8 winner, number 9, Perfect High, a 5-year-old bay gelding by Nob Hill High out of Perfect M Forever, owned by Scott Miller of Messina, New York, bred by Rose and Burger Farms of Xenia, Ohio, trained by Christina Miller, and driven to the win by Pascal Berube. That's the first win of the year in start number 30 for Perfect High. A perfect trip for the drummer, Pascal Berube, as a winning 2-5 favorite. Congratulations. And race 8 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 8. Number 9, Perfect High, returns $2.90 to win. The $2.97 exactor pays $12.90. It's $17.25 for the dollar try, $49.95 for the dollar superfecta, 9735. The race 8 rundown is now displayed. 1 Better Zone was 5th after setting the pace. 2 Caribbean King ended up 7th. 3 Red Cape Party, a good 3rd. 4 Major Motion was 6th. 5 Fireshine, charging late at 10-1 for 4th. 6 Indigo Sealster ended up 8th. 7 Always Your Way was a fast closing 2nd, one to circle for next time. The 8 Sea Laird, a judge's scratch Transportation, and the 2-5 favorite from trailing post 9, Perfect High, got his first win of the year for Pascal Berube. From the top down, your program should read 5, 7, 3, 6, 4, 8, 2, scratch 1. The fractions 28, 58 and 3, 128 and 1, 159 and 4. A seasonal best for Perfect High. Congratulations to anyone cashing this evening on some of these really generous tickets. Some of you have some very good insights, like the British Columbia bettor who notified me about cashing that exactor back in race 7 with 50-1, the Colt over 35-1, Mockart in Motion. Good for you. Moving on to race 9 now, with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late daily double wagering. My best bet is in this field, although he's 3-1 right now. Exotic Sand is undefeated since coming to Rideau Carleton for John McMillan, his co-owner and trainer. Marie-Claude O'Shea driving this front-end loving gray, who's 5-4-5 since coming to this track. He's my best bet. I know he's up against some class droppers here, including the current 2-1 favorite, Duck Dynasty, for Stéphane Pouliot, dropping down the class ladder to an arguably winnable level. Duck Dynasty, 1 of 3 getting some traction here, though. 5 Stonebridge Hermes is the other. Stonebridge Hermes winning from the rail over a good track with a 2-second variant Sunday for Melanie Plourde. Back in the bike behind the winning favorite, who loves a front-end trip. The Jacques Baudouin trainee has 6 wins this season and even took a lifetime best this year at Rideau Carleton of 152 and 1. The only change in race 9 is that driver change on 4, Love My Rockin' Bird, who goes from Darcy Clancy to Sylvain Lacaille. And of course, if you're playing the late double, the only change there is the bridle change on number 6, Arizona Jackson. In the race 10 nightcap, blinkers to blind bridle on the 6, Arizona Jackson. The board has shifted again. Exotic Sand is 4-5 favorite from the rail. He's got a perfect post for the kind of winning trips he's been getting so far. And Marie-Claude Auger staying loyal to Exotic Sand here, understandably so. He wired November 16th, holding off Thrilling Times at the wire in his most recent start. Again, that was November 16th. He was a transportation scratch when he was entered here Sunday. The 1 Exotic Sand is Marie-Claude Auger's choice over Love My Rockin' Bird and Bayfield Beach in race 9. Exotic Sand is up in class, but I think he's one of those horses like Trouble with the Curve in race 1 who don't seem to mind the class jump because they really haven't maxed out yet. They haven't reached their pinnacle in what they can do here at Rideau Carleton. So Exotic Sand, 4-5 favorite right now from the rail. We're going to see him test it again against a good group of 8 other pacers in upcoming race 9. They're coming on the track now for the post parade. If you're joining us this evening from the United States, we are hoping that you had a very nice Thanksgiving. And a reminder to all the horse players who join us throughout the season or are just tuning in for the holiday. We have 3 more race dates in the 2025 meet at Rideau Carleton after tonight. We'll be racing on Sunday, November 30th, Sunday, December 7th, and Sunday, December 14th with a 6:30 p.m. post time. No more Wednesdays this season. The race 9 pacers are on track for the post parade. They're non-winners of their last 5 starts. Non-winners of $3,500 in their last 5 starts, I should say. Also eligible, non-winners of $900 per start in their last 10 or in 2025. And also eligible, $15,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $8,000. The only change is the driver change on the 4. Number 1 is the current 1-2 favorite, Exotic Sand, owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario, who shares ownership with a numbered Ontario company of Greeley, Ontario. Marie-Claude Auger drives. 2 is Moonlight Boy, owned by Nathalie Ouellette of Mirabel, Quebec, trained by Stéphane Gagnon, driven by Pascal Berube. 3 is Springbridge Gym, owned by trainer Andrew Moore of Osgood, Ontario, with Tommy Godfrey of Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Robert Shepard drives. 4 is Love My Rockin' Bird, owned by Limco Incorporated of Chateauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty. Note the driver change from Darcy Clancy to Sylvain Lacaille on the 4, Love My Rockin' Bird. 5 is Stonebridge Hermes, owned and trained by Jacques Baudouin of Manotick, Ontario. Melanie Plourde back in the bike. 6 is Duck Dynasty, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, with Santo Barilla of Metcalfe, Ontario, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Seven is Vino Louis, owned by Gestillon Louis Latulippe Incorporé of Saint-Ferréol-les-Neiges, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Eight is No Sport Pun Intended, owned by Lee Cullen of Ottawa with Lloyd Howley of Cars, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong. Clark Stacey drives. And completing this field from trailing post 9, Bayfield Beach, owned by Gordon MacDonald of Ontario with Christopher Boland of Newfoundland, Howmac Farms Limited, PEI, and Limco Incorporated of Quebec, trained by Vic Putty. William Waugh drives. That's your field of 9 pacers for upcoming race 9 with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late daily double wagering. It's a competitive field in race 9. And the betting public landing on the undefeated at Rideau Carleton, Exotic Sand, with rail advantage here for John McMillan and Marie-Claude Auger. The gray is Auger's choice over Love My Rockin' Bird and Bayfield Beach. He's slightly up in class, but he's been very good on the front end. He held off thrilling times at the wire after a front-end trip here November 16th, his most recent start. That scratch on Sunday was not due to illness or injury. It was a transportation scratch on a night of some heavy snow and nasty weather. So Exotic Sand back again, 4-5 favorite from the rail. The 5 Stonebridge Hermes was a winner with a front-end trip on Sunday. He took his 152-1 lifetime mark from the same post and classification, September 21st, going away for another driver on the front end as 3-5 favorite. He's up in class too and making a quick turnaround. That's the 5 Stonebridge Hermes, 7-2. 6 Duck Dynasty was caught in second last at the half November 16th. He's got class relief. He's another front-end loving type. His most recent win was here September 28th with a pocket ride to a 12-1 upset. And the 7 Vino Louis makes the quick turnaround. He lost ground on the final turn Sunday. Starter has called the field for race 9. This is your last chance to play the late double tonight at Rideau Carleton. Good luck. From the inside out, they are the 1 Exotic Sand, Marie-Claude Auger, 2 Moonlight Boy, Pascal Berube, 3 Springbridge Jim, Robert Shepard, 4 Love My Rockin' Bird, Sylvain Lacaille with the catch drive, 5 is Stonebridge Hermes for Melanie Plourde, 6 Duck Dynasty, Stéphane Pouliot, 7 Vino Louis, Guy Gagnon on the outside, 8 No Sport Pun Intended, Clark Stacy, and the trailer is 9 Bayfield Beach for William Waugh. Starting gate is on the backstretch. And they're all in line with 1 behind approaching the start. It's going to be a staggered start. There they go, off and pacing with Exotic Sand moving out from the rail. Following quickly from the trailing post, Bayfield Beach pockets up ahead of third place Moonlight Boy. Following from fourth, that's Springbridge Jim ahead of Love My Rockin' Bird, single file fifth. In sixth, it's Stonebridge Hermes ahead of seventh place Duck Dynasty. First over from seventh, Vino Louis, and trailing the field early, No Sport Pun Intended. 28-3 in an uneventful opening quarter with Exotic Sand leading the way by about a length and a quarter over the pocket sitter, who happens to be Bayfield Beach, 2 lengths ahead of third place Moonlight Boy, followed from fourth by Springbridge Jim. They continue into the second turn, racing fifth along the pylons, Love My Rockin' Bird. To his outside now, first over from sixth. Here comes Stonebridge Hermes. Seventh along the pylons, that's Duck Dynasty. Second over in eighth, Vino Louis, still trailing. No Sport Pun Intended. The field reached the half in 57-1. And they're still led by Exotic Sand, out there by a length and a half now. Approaching 3/4 and facing the first over challenge, moving into second now of Stonebridge Hermes. On the inside third, but dropping back, Bayfield Beach. Second over from fourth and swinging 3 wide, Love My Rockin' Bird. They went by 3/4 in 1:26 flat. And as they turn for home, the win streak is on the line. Can he get there? It's still Exotic Sand on the front end, but it's a lead that's being eaten into late. Exotic Sand gets the win over Love My Rockin' Bird, Stonebridge Hermes, and Springbridge Jim. 1:56-2. Always bet on the gray. Exotic Sand continues undefeated at Rideau Carleton for John McMillan. And another great drive by Marie-Claude Auger, holding off a late charge from Love My Rockin' Bird and Sylvain Lacaille up to the saddle number. Exotic Sand holding on in 1:56 and 2. Unofficial top 4 order of finish is now displayed for race 9. Number 1, Exotic Sand, going off at 6-5 for winning driver Marie-Claude Auger, another front end winning trip. Holding off the 4, Love My Rockin' Bird, closing strongly at 16-1 for catch driver Sylvain Lacaille. 5, Stonebridge Hermes was third as beaten 3-5 favorite. And charging to complete the superfecta at odds of 35-1, number 3, Springbridge Gym was fourth. 1-4-5-3 unofficially in race 9. Please hold all tickets. Back in the winner's circle once again, it's official race 9 winner. Number 1, Exotic Sand, a 7-year-old gray gelding by American Ideal out of Just Chillin' Out, owned by trainer John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario, along with a numbered Ontario Corporation of Greeley, Ontario. Exotic Sand was bred by White Birch Farm of Allentown, New Jersey. Driven to another victory by Marie-Claude Auger, 1:56 and 2. Exotic Sand continues undefeated since joining the Rideau Carleton stable of John McMillan. Congratulations. Prices are now posted for race 9. Number 1, Exotic Sand, returns $4.70 to win. The $2 1-4 exactor, $41.10. The dollar try, $145, $39.10. And $200.80 for the dollar superfecta, $1,453. The race 9 rundown is now displayed. At odds of 6 to 5, number 1, Exotic Sand, the race winner for Marie-Claude Auger. 2, Moonlight Boy was 7th. 3, Springbridge Jim closing well for 4th at 35 to 1. 4, Love My Rockin' Bird, a powerful place finish for catch driver Sylvain Lacaille. 3 to 5, favorite number 5, Stonebridge Hermes, finished 3rd. 6, Duck Dynasty was 9th. 7, Vino Louis, an overland trip for 6th. 8, No Sport Pun Intended was 8th, and 9, Bayfield Beach 5th. From the top down, your program should read 174239685. The fractions 28 and 3, 57 and 2, 126, 156 and 2. Exotic Sand. Exotic Sand provided Marie-Claude Auger with her second driving win of the night. She also captured the race 4 trot with CrossFit. We're moving on now to race 10, our last of this special American Thanksgiving Thursday card. Thanks again for the wagering support from everyone joining us this evening, whether at the OTB online or right here at Rideau Carleton. Race 10 has exactor, triactor, and super high 5 wagering. Just one change, an equipment change on number 6, Arizona Jackson, going from blinkers to blind bridle. Race 10 is coming up, as John McMillan would say, the Robbie D'Alessandro Pace. These Pacers are non-winners of $6,000 in their last 5 starts, also eligible non-winners of $1,250 per start in their last 10 or in 2025, and also eligible $18,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $9,400. The current favorite from the rail, 4-5. The odds on number 1, Southwind Sambuca, racing for owner Gordon McDonald of Ottawa and co-owner Christopher Boland of St. John's, Newfoundland, trained by Vic Putty, Marie-Claude Auger in the bike. 2 is Dr. Joe, owned by Limco Incorporated, Châteauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty, William Waugh drives. 3 is Skylar, owned by trainer Danielle Dulude, Saint Martin, Quebec, and Silvio Rivari, Saint Polycarpe, Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. 4 is Logan Behold, owned by Kimberly Eaton of Brockville and Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer. Stephen Genois is in the sulky. 5 is McWicked Time, owned by Jacqueline Donnell of Metcalfe, Ontario, trained by Jacob Copley. Robert Shepard drives. 6 is Arizona Jackson, owned by driver Clark Stacey and trainer Kara Stacey, both of Lansdowne, Ontario. Note the bridle change on Arizona Jackson, going blinkers to blind. 7 is Well Worth the Wait, owned by Catherine and Lauren Scott of Brinston, Ontario. Brian Scott trains and drives. And completing this field from Post 8, Smokestack, owned by Michel Letarte of Boucherville, Quebec, with Brett Lester of Fergus, Ontario, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's your field of 8 pacers for race 10 with exactor, triactor, and super high 5 wagering. It's our nightcap at Rideau Carleton on this special American Thanksgiving card. Getting a look at the 11-1 Smokestack. He's my top selection here. He's a horse who can overcome an outside post. He was 3rd over from the back of the field on the 2nd turn Sunday, 3 wide on the backstretch, and lost momentum in the snow on the final turn. He was a beaten 8-5 favorite, but crushed first over from post 7 at a slightly lower level October 8th at 6-1 in a going-away win for Guy Gagnon. So I'm going with the potential for an upset, number 8, Smokestack. We're looking at the favorite, who I've used in my ticket as well. I have him 3rd, number 1, Southwind Sambuca, now on screen. Marie-Claude Auger going for a potential 3rd driving win of the night. Southwind Sambuca raced first over from 4th early Sunday, drew alongside the pace-setting Skylar near the half and cleared at 3/4. He got stung by McWicked Time in the final strides, and Southwind Sambuca is Marie-Claude Auger's choice over Dr. Joe and Well Worth the Wait in race 10. He's got post relief here. Southwind Sambuca, 4-5 current favorite. The other top 3 contender that I have second in my ticket is the 5, McWicked Time. Robert Shepard's pick over Logan Behold. McWicked Time had a ground-saving trip that saw him shuffled to last by the half Sunday, but he skimmed pylons late in the field's fastest last quarter of 29-2, and we know how that ended with a win for McWicked Time and Robert Shepard. 4-1 from post 5, McWicked Time. The starter has called the field for race 10. This is our last race of the night. Let's make it count. Don't get shut out. Pacers are lining up now, trying to catch rivals. The 1, Southwind Sambuca for Murray Claude Auger, and the 2, Dr. Joe for William Waugh, still a few lengths behind the rest. 3 is Skylar for Pascal Berube. 4, Logan Behold, Stephen Genois. 5, McWicked Time, Robert Shepard. 6, Arizona Jackson, Clark Stacy. 7, Well Worth the Wait, Brian Scott. And on the outside, 8, Smokestack for Guy Gagnon. The field is on the backstretch, and they're all lined up except Southwind Sambuca just falling into place now. They're off and pacing, timing the gate. Southwind Sambuca moving to the front for Murray Claude Auger, with a lot of rivals challenging for that spot, including Logan Behold. Stephen Genois sending him, and he reaches a neck ahead, but battling back on the inside. Southwind Sambuca, they're squaring off on a 3-length breakaway, followed in third by Dr. Joe, who sits along the pylons to the opening quarter in a contested 27-3. Things have settled momentarily. Southwind Sambuca continuing on solo. Logan Behold pocketing up, following from third, Dr. Joe. A couple of lengths back to third for Skylar. First over from fifth now. Actually, he's advancing into fourth. Here comes Arizona Jackson getting underway for Clark Stacy. The field is swinging towards the half, and Arizona Jackson gaining ground. He's into third outside of Dr. Joe. Second over, gapping cover now in fifth. That's McWicked Time. To his inside, sixth, Skylar with nowhere to go, racing at the back of the field. Third over from second last, Well Worth the Wait, caught in last, Smokestack. They passed the half in 57-3, a 30-second second panel breather for Southwind Sambuca. Hard used early, but still giving the cold shoulder to the first over, Arizona Jackson. Past 3/4, 126 flat, and well positioned from third along the pylons, Logan Behold. They're turning for home. Southwind Sambuca still in charge on the front end, and he's opening up slightly now, coming at him late. Logan Behold up the inside, skimming the pylons and picking up horses late. Smokestack down the center of the track. Dr. Joe making a race of it to the wire. Dr. Joe with the upset over Southwind Sambuca. Smokestack up for show, 156-4. We have a win photo here in race 10, but it looks like Dr. Joe was able to collar Southwind Sambuca at the wire for driver William Waugh. Guy Gagnon making the best of a tough trip and gaining ground up the inside path late with Smokestack. Prices. Have we got them tonight? 22-1. Dr. Joe, number 2, gets the win for William Waugh in race 10, edging out the 3-5 favorite, the hard-used pace setter, number 1, Southwind Sambuca, a close second. Up for show at 17-1. Number 8, Smokestack, ahead of the 6, Arizona Jackson, and the 3, Skylar, was 5th. 2-1-8-6-3 unofficially in race 10. Please hold all tickets. Results are unofficial. William Waugh with the 50-1 upset in race 7 with the Colt, and at 22-1 with Dr. Joe in the finale. He's back in the winner's circle now. Race 10 unofficial winner Number 2, Dr. Joe, a 7-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight out of Something Incredible, owned by Limco Incorporated of Chateauguay, Quebec, bred by Robert McIntosh Stables Incorporated of Ontario with CSX Stables of Ohio and Dave Boyle of Ontario, trained by Vic Putty and driven to the win by William Waugh, his second driving win of the night. That's win number 6 of the season for Dr. Joe. Perfect timing for the 22-1 upset. High five. Congratulations. Race 10 is now official. Prices are posted for race 10. Number 2, Dr. Joe returns $46.40 to win the $2 2-1 exactor, 168 even. Dollar pick 3. 3 of 3, 173.75. 20-cent pick 4, 4 of 4, $2,983.54. The dollar pick 5, we have a big carryover, and the high five, also a carryover going into Sunday, November 30th. We've got a dollar try, 218, $1,014.95, and the 58.40 $2 late double, 1-2. If you enjoyed playing Rideau Carleton this American Thanksgiving, please join us on Sunday, November 30th. It's our third card before the end of the season, and it will have a couple of carryovers, high five and pick 5. We're looking at the win photo from race 10, showing number 2, Dr. Joe, edging out the 3-5 favorite, number 1, Southwind Sambuca. The race 10 rundown is now displayed. 3 to 5 favorite and pace setter. Number 1, Southwind Sambuca, close second. 2, Dr. Joe with the 22 to 1 upset for driver William Waugh. 3, Skylar was 5th. 4, Logan Behold, 6th. 5, McWicked Time, 7th. 6, Arizona Jackson was 4th. 7, Well Worth the Wait, 8th. And 8, Smokestack up the inside path for show at 17 to 1. From the top down, your program should read 2, 1, 5, 6, 7, 4, 8, 3. The fractions 27 and 3, 57 and 3, 126 flat, 156 and 4. Dr. Joe with win number 6 of the season. And that concludes tonight's card of live racing from Rideau Carleton. We will not be back next Thursday, but if you liked what you saw, you'll want to tune in on Sunday, November 30th, 6:30 p.m. post time. We have substantial carryovers in the High Five and Pick 5 caused by Dr. Joe in race 10. So it's worth joining us again, and we hope you can, whether in person, online, or at the simulcast lounge. Rideau Carleton Raceway. One more happy Thanksgiving to our American friends and to everyone who joined us tonight from both sides of the border. Enjoy the rest of your evening and week. I'll be back on Sunday with more live racing from the nation's capital. Please join us. Good night. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer.